The world keeps turning, hearts keep burning. Everybody walking through the night, looking for a spark of light. Every soul is searching for a flame, someone whispering their name. From the cradle to the grave we run, trying to feel like we belong. Love is what makes the babies grow. Love is why the rivers flow. And when the morning sun arrives, love is why we're still alive. Ooh, yeah. That fire inside, don't be afraid to open your heart. Don't let the moment pass you by. The risk of loving may be hard, but love is why the world survives. Everybody wants to be loved. Who do you love? Who do you love? Everybody wants to be loved. So do you love me? Who do you love? Tell me, baby, who do you love? Tell me, baby, who do you love tonight? Love is the rhythm in our chest, beating louder than the rest. It makes the lonely stand up tall, makes the weak feel 10 feet tall. It's the reason people fight, it's the reason people cry, but it's the reason people stay and chase the sunrise every day. Don't run from what your soul can feel. That kind of fire's always real. Let it burn. Don't let your heart grow cold tonight. Don't let the fear control your soul. Sometimes you gotta risk it all just to feel that love unfold. Everybody wants to be loved. Who do you love? Who do you love? Everybody wants to be loved. So do you love me? Who do you love? Who do you love? Let me be your love. Who do you love? Love me tonight. Ooh. Don't be afraid. Let it burn. is the fire in the soul. Love is the reason planets roll. Love is the dream we're dreaming for. Love is the open door. So don't let love pass you by. Don't let the moment fade away. Risk everything for love tonight, and let your heart lead the way. Everybody needs somebody. I've been walking through the fire with my head up, heart aligned. Every scar became a scripture, every tear a deeper sign. They try to silence the truth, try to ban what's real and right, but the louder they deny us, the brighter we ignite. All is standing on his word, Fatty standing on the line. Still we do it for the people, still we never waste the time. They counted us out, but we counted the cost. Never lost a mission, even when we lost a lot. Truth in our lungs, hope in our stride. We don't move with fear, we move with God inside. Still untouchable, can't break what's chosen. Still untouchable, truth stays spoken. Our hands to the sky, feel the rise when we come through. Still untouchable, we'll have a love for you. Hey. Untouchable, we ride. Untouchable, for the truth. Untouchable, hey. Step is elevation, still grounded where we came. We don't fall for reputation, we don't run from saying names. Organ crying like a prayer, violence know how it feels. Tambourine shaking the ceiling, every note remind what's real. They said power changed the soul, but it sharpened our resolve. If we eating, then the people. If we winning, then it's all. No crown without the weight, no shine without the scars. We speak light into the dark, turn the wounds into the art. Still untouchable, heaven knows us. Still untouchable, doors stay open. From the struggle to the summit we break through. Still untouchable, we rise for the truth. Untouchable, right. Untouchable, right. Untouchable, hey. Untouchable, 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 oh. Untouchable, hey. Untouchable. I sing for the ones who've been silenced, I cry for the nights we survived. Every note is a promise kept. We are proof that faith multiplies. Ooh. Oh, we don't bow. Oh, we ascend. Ooh. Hear the anthem, untouchable. Feel the momentum, choir in the back, violins lift the roof. Still untouchable. We do it for the youth. Level up, still chosen, never folding, untouchable. Still standing, still rising, still untouchable.
Hey girl, you watch Ollie and the Untouchables? Nah, girl, they talk too much.
Man, this about man, they talk too much.
They talk too much. Too much for real.
They talk too much, Habibi.
They talk too much.
Y'all talk too much.
What's going on, family? How y'all doing, family? What's going on? I'm trying to do, I don't even do a mic check anymore. I do a video check. I always got to check how my video looking, man, before I start for y'all, because sometimes I know it be looking a little suspect. Let me see real quick how I'm looking. I'm doing good this morning. I'm doing good this morning. I'm qualified. How everybody doing, man? I don't know where y'all at. I don't know if y'all at work. I don't know if y'all off. I don't know if you're chilling. I don't know if you're at the park. I don't know where you at. You might be shopping, man. Where y'all at, man? Huh? We already got 2 memberships already to start the show. I think we had a third one as well too, but I don't know where it disappeared to. Or maybe I'm tripping. It could have been the last show, man. What's going on with everybody in the buildings? What's going on, Red Lipstick, Miss Petty? What's going on, my sister? I don't know if I seen you before, sister. Thank you so much for the intro. A whole vibe is in the building. Mel Stay Fitted is in the building. My brother OG, Fire Song and Fire Music, man. Out of all the songs y'all see on YouTube, y'all know that's the most fire song. And it's crazy that it's AI. It's crazy that that person don't even exist unless she exists and somebody stole her voice, which probably happened, but they ain't gonna say that's what's happened. But that song incredible. Y'all know that song incredible. Cool Kid, man. What's going on, my brother, man? I hit the wrong button. What's going on, my brother? Let me spam your emoji, man. How everything been going? How everything going y'all way? I hope y'all enjoyed the last 2 shows. I'm gonna do a live today. And I think I'm gonna do a live. Let me see. Right, I might do a live tomorrow. It all depends. But I won't do another live if I don't do one tomorrow till probably Saturday. All right. I probably won't do another live till probably Saturday. And y'all know, obviously, Sunday, we're gonna do ladies first. All right. I see my sister Savage in the building. Don't listen to him. I sang all of those songs. I still need my ringtone. I'm joking. I'm figuring it out. My brother Mick the Most is in the building as well too. My brother Jay Wheels and my brother SD hit us with 10 memberships. Y'all are the sponsors of the show, already with 2 members. And remember, y'all, my favorite goal that I would like to be met is my Cash App goal. My Cash App goal be lonely out here, man. If y'all can accommodate your brother, to hit his Cash App goal so I could take my kids and my lady out to eat and to the movies, man. That's what I want to do most of the time. Every week, if y'all can hit my Cash App goal, make that goal come true more than the other goals, I would truly appreciate it. That goes straight into Ali pocket versus the other one, man. We got to wait till the 21st every month, boy. That's a long month. A long 30 days. What's going on, Truth? How you doing, my brother? Always good to see you. Did you change your name too? Or is that a different uncomfortable? No, that's uncomfortable conversation. So we got uncomfortable truth, and then we got uncomfortable conversations, man. It's a lot of uncomfortables. It's a lot of truths. Who's actually telling the truth? who's actually making the people uncomfortable by hitting them upside the head with the truth. You know, I wanted to shed more light about the fact that how we picking sides and how are people actually moral, where their morality comes from. How you end up picking a side, where you born reflects how you think, how you are, who you support, what you invest in. A lot of times, if you were born in China, that's what the nation you're gonna invest in. If you're born in America, that's the nation you're gonna support. And how often do people really assess or take the time to look at different perspectives to see what's actually going on around them? And does that demonstrate a weak person? Does that demonstrate a weak individual who doesn't identify their environment, who doesn't choose to be aware, who doesn't know where they come from, who don't know what food they should put in their body, who don't reflect on what's actually happening in their surroundings? Does that demonstrate a weak person or mostly an ignorant person? What y'all think that demonstrates? And then my sister Savage says, I've been here all this time. Am I an untouchable cousin now? Oh, Lord.
The untouchable empire, baby.
Yes, you are officially a touchable affiliate. So we got the untouchables, and then we got our touchable affiliates. So we can call that our untouchable cousins. I like that. I might have to put a level on untouchable cousin. I like that, Savage. Much love for Savage with the $5 cash app. And then my brother Dussy, which I think I'm the only person pronouncing it right because I took the time to make sure I pronounce my brother's name right. Ali, chat, salute to the chat and good afternoon. Good afternoon to you, my brother. There it goes. I don't know why it didn't pop up. My brother Brian has also become a member and actually updated. I think he upgraded his membership to the Divine membership. So now we officially got 4 people that's the sponsor of the show. So Jay Will's the sponsor of the show, SD the sponsor of the show, Savage is the sponsor of the show, and my brother Brian is the sponsor of the show. I wonder why they don't have yours up here. Like I see it right here, but I don't know why it's not favorite. Let me see. I'll favorite it. I don't know why I didn't get favorited. But yes, sir, we got 4 sponsors already for the show. Now, I'm gonna start speaking on politics, but I want to start talking to politics to where everybody can engage. I don't want to talk too far over your heads and talk as if I'm the professional or talk as if I'm a journalist or analyst or a person giving the commentary as if I'm a person who's constantly watching it or constantly observing and researching as well too. I want to start speaking about politics in a way that everybody can get involved. Like I want the people involved. Like I want you to care about what's going on in your world. I want you to care about what's going on in your so-called nation. I want you to identify different customs and cultures that you come across. So I'm gonna start reviewing some political videos as well too. So I don't want to talk too far over anybody's head, and I want to talk about religion as well too. I don't want to talk way too far above people's heads. I want to talk to where all of us can relate to it and where all of us can have the conversation so nobody overstands and we can take time to understand till we can get you to where you overstanding or you understanding. You dig? What's going on, my brother Brandon, man? Let's do it, man. How you doing, my brother? Always good to see you. My brother Nino Nation in the building. We need a tiebreaker. Yeah, we need a tiebreaker. Now that's 5. We got 5 sponsors of the show. Cool Kev is now another sponsor of the show. So now it's SD, Jay Wills, Savage, Ryan, and Cool Kev, who the sponsor of the show. Let me see if my Cash App, maybe my Cash App is happy. Let me see Cash App. Anybody sponsor the show yet? Let me see. My brother Ricky is becoming a sponsor. My brother Ricky done hit me. At least my brother Ricky hit my Cash App. Well, $5. Stop giving itch niggas money. Nah, you got to keep giving. That's how itch niggas make money. And we still stay a rich nigga. So now look. We got 5 sponsors of the show. Uncle Ricky, Cool Kev, Brian, Savage, Jay Wills, and SD. This is the most sponsors at the same time that Ali has had ever while doing this show. All right. So we got 5 sponsors, y'all. Much love to all my sponsors as well, too. So I was gonna do a political video. I was gonna go over some other videos that I had in mind too, to do some kind of, you know, the different perspectives that I want to share with y'all as well too. Kind of get more into the root of the issues we got going on, but plus worldly issues as well too. But I couldn't help but want to review the DD and JAS video. Oh, Cool Kev said I'm the sponsor of the show. So Cool Kev is not a sponsor of the show with $2, and he's asked everybody to please hit the like button, y'all. Please hit the like button. Cool Kev's asking for y'all to hit the like button. I don't know if y'all saw it, and I didn't get to watch it, but I knew I said, hey, Fatty, DD and JAS is having a one-on-one. I definitely got to review it. So why not we all watch it and review it together? And then we can have the conversation afterwards as well, too, if anybody would pull up. But I'm very interested in how that conversation will go. And then Realistic Vibe says, Ali, ain't nobody going to beat you today. I'm going to make it $8. Now, Realistic Vibes is the sponsor of the show with $8. Turn the sound effects down. Ali, you tell me that all the time. I got to figure out which button. Hold on. Let me see. My sound effects too loud? Let me see. I hope this is better. Let's see. Is this better?
The untouchable empire, baby.
Is that better, y'all? And then my brother Dissy again. So we got 2. Hold on. Is that Dissy too? Everybody was trying to be the smart. Y'all trying to be funny today. Everybody was just going to send $5. Well, right now, Realistic Vibes is the sponsor of the show with $8. And then my brother Dissy said, pronounced like Chris Brown, deuces. Uh-oh. Yeah, deuces. Deucey, right? Deucey. Much love to you, my brother Deucey has hit us with $5 in our Cash App as well, too. Much love to you, my brother. I got to hit some buttons. I got these buttons for no reason. By the way, I'm going to have my super chat buttons. And then to motivate people to hit the Cash App, I forgot to upload them today. I'm going to have my Cash App buttons as well, too. But till I upload those, let me hit my first video of the day.
Hey, thank you for $5. We're going to keep marching.
The untouchable empire, baby.
All right, I'm gonna get to this video, man. Y'all, please don't forget to like. Please don't forget to subscribe. Please don't forget to share. Please make sure hit that so we can get into the YouTube algorithm. And I bet you Ali didn't even, let me see. Ali be forget to do certain things sometimes, man. So don't, I forget. So sometimes when y'all think I forget to send people towards y'all way, when y'all think I forget to pull up, when I forget to do redirects, Ali be forgetting to monetize his own video sometimes. So it's not just y'all, man. I do it to myself. Let me see. Nope. Ali did not monetize this video. Let me make sure I monetize this. I be slacking, man. I be lacking. Okay. We're gonna make sure we all right. All right. Let's get this started. All right. And I don't know how many of y'all got the chance to review it. I don't know how many times, if any of y'all even got the chance to catch it, because I don't think nobody would have thought that my sister DD and JAS would have been on the same screen talking to each other on the video. Hold on real quick.
Got untouchable empire, baby.
Cash App to take the sponsor of the show. Ali, tell everybody stand down, King, and say my name right. Oh my goodness.
Thank you for the $50. Now I'm fresh to death.
And my brother, I'm saying your name right too. It's Mick, right? It's not Mike. Is it Mick with a CK? Right? I want to make sure I'm holding your name down right as well too. And then my sister Savage with the $10 super chat says, but Savage, a Leo, so she the spotlight of the show. Now what? Oh Lord, Lord have mercy. She says she the spotlight of the show. And then my brother, he becoming one of the new ones that this seems like he the day ones. My brother Brian already hit the Cash App with $20. Just support and much love to you, my brother. I truly appreciate every one of y'all hitting me up, man.
Thank you for the $20. You the bomb. Yo, what the?
All right, so now we gonna get to the juicy part of the live. Okay, I don't know how this is gonna go down, but I know it's gonna be extremely interesting because I want to see the perspectives again. And Jazz does an amazing job to justify her perspective. But let's see how this show goes. Okay, and congratulations to Jazz for monetizing. Congratulations to Jazz for standing on business and still having her perspective as well too, because she will fight to the end of the day or the end of her life for her perspective. So let's see how this goes, man.
So I want to start but first off, tell people where they can find you. Tell them about your channel, where they can support.
Yeah, so you guys can support my channel at JNoel7 on YouTube. I just started to take it seriously recently at the end of last year. I had a viral moment recently, just speaking about what's been trending as of late. But prior to that, I was just trying to, find my way in this space. I've done some reactions on my channel to different panels that I've been on, others that I haven't, just giving commentary. And I have some ideas for the future of my channel as well, just doing commentary on certain things that I find interesting. Lately, I've been diving deep into the ladies that are now denouncing their sororities. It's very interesting. So I just like to talk about a little bit of everything. But I am a musician. Well, I'm an artist, singer, performer as well. So I will be sharing some of that on my channel soon. But right now, it's just all about the commentary and fun stuff, what's trending and things like that. So again, you guys can follow me at JazNoel7 on YouTube.
Got it. And any of the mods in the chat, if y'all are in the chat, child, go ahead and pin her channel again. I already put it once. Go ahead and pin it again because y'all don't be But anyway, yeah. So make sure y'all pin her channel again if there are any mods in here. So we're gonna get right to it. Now, listen, the topic of this is, are modern women cooked when it comes to dating and marriage? And I know you've heard a lot of these conversations and they could get tiresome. Trust me, I know. I talk about it all the time. That's basically what my channel is based upon, relationships and things of that nature. And, even sometimes I get tired of talking about it, but people want to hear it. People want to hear this kind of stuff. They want to, get your perspective. And so that's why, we got to get the people what they want. So what's your take on what many would call modern women? And do you think that they're cooked when it comes to dating and relationships based on their the way women are moving in modern dating and times? Do you think women are cooked? Do you think men are cooked? Do you think it's a combination of both? Or do you think it is something else?
You know what? I hear this phrase modern woman, and I'm really not sure what it means and why it's negative. Because in my mind, a modern woman is just an adult woman that has to work. She has to, live for herself. If she doesn't have a family or kids to take care of, she just has to do what she needs to do to survive. And a lot of times I hear a lot of men, kind of disagree with that notion. A single childless woman that's living for herself is deemed as selfish. right? And they could be cooked in this current dating market because a lot of men today don't find those kind of women attractive. Women who aren't super centering their lives around finding a husband and starting a family. They're just living for themselves. And so, yeah, I think both sides can be a little cooked because we're evolving, but we're not evolving to connect anymore. The more women evolve, they're going away from men. The more men are evolving, they're kind of stepping away, and we're just missing each other. So to your last question, I think
So that's a Jazz. I love you, Jazz, but that's already a contradiction, Jazz. If you saying we evolving and you saying that the woman is moving away from the man, and then we're talking about you're saying that what we're addressing is the fact that when modern women are modern because they're not wanting to be traditional and they're selfish. How is that beneficial to each other? How is that beneficial to the family unit? How is that beneficial to love? And if women are focusing on themselves, how can we condemn the men and judge the man for taking care of themselves as well too? But I would think we would praise the men, give grace to men, and give understanding to men to still want to connect with women who are trying to walk away from the men. That's what we're looking at as modern women. And that's what modern women are. It ain't just a fact that the woman can work, because nobody has a problem with women working as long as she's investing into her family. But it doesn't make sense when the woman says, I can work, I don't need a family, I don't need a man, and I can take care of myself, but I still expect the man to take care of me too. So come on, Jazz, how you keep Jazz? The thing I'm trying to figure out, Jazz, if you ever have a moment of time to come up as well too during today's show. I don't know how your busy schedule is. How do you admittedly address the fact that the women are selfish and the men are still trying to be with women, love women, support women, and have families, and then you make the problem the man? If becoming a modern woman is deviating away from families and only focusing on yourself, and then sisters talk about the narcissist mentality, and they talk about the patriarch, is it the problem the so-called new invention of what I guess y'all trying to go towards is a matriarch? It seems like women are empowering themselves not to take care of the man or the family, not to invest into each other, but to empower herself without having any responsibility. So is the modern women beneficial to society, or is it destructive to society when she's just taking care of herself? Is it a waste of jobs? Is it a waste of a vote? Is it a waste of ownership? Is it a waste of someone having a business if when you get money put in your pocket, you don't want a man or a family? And we say this all the time. You get a man $1 million, he's going to find a woman to invest in and build a family with. You give a woman $1 million and she don't need a man. You can't keep saying men are the problem.
Everybody's cooked because no one is looking to understand. Everyone is just looking to point and shame and blame. And I think once we get past that, then maybe we can find some balance in all of this.
Well, do you think, because, of course, I've been hearing my whole life that men ain't ish, basically. I've been hearing that men are, back in the day, they like men are dogs. They're deadbeats. I've been hearing that my whole life. But what I've never really heard growing up is the how reckless some women are. Mm-hmm. That's why I come from that perspective, because I've actually experienced it, and there are people in my family who have a more of a take on relationships and dating that you have. More people in my family don't agree with my take on it. So I trust, and so I hear, that's why I'm familiar with it and I get it. But do you think, and I always ask this question, do you think that women, a lot of the divide between women and men is more or less because of the women, or do you think it's the men, or do you think it's both? Because my thing is this, I tend to believe that women, in my opinion, I think women have the most to work to do. I speak on it because I think a lot of women, and I don't think they're the only ones that need to do work, but I do think they have a lot more to work on because they have not really been held accountable, in my opinion. And based on it, and this is not every woman, but for some women, I think they have been coddled and they've not been really, their feet have not really been held to the fire as what as it relates to their responsibilities in relationships, how they should show up in relationships, and their role as a woman in a relationship, and how they should be for a man. And I think there are men who don't understand how to show up for women as well. I'm not, when I speak on it, I'm not negating the other side, but I do see that a lot of women have a more of an issue of how they should be for men in a relationship. And they're the ones that tend to walk away because they don't get it, or they don't see themselves, or and I was one of them. I say it all the time. I was very self-absorbed early in my early 20s. I was self-absorbed, I was raised by a single mother, did not understand men, did not know what I should be doing.
Yeah.
Which is why, I speak on it, because a lot of people are like, well, how the hell did I've been married over 20 years. Me and my husband, we've been together almost 30 years at this point.
Wow.
Yeah. And so
how old are you?
They know.
How young are you? Because the math is not mathing with that face.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that
Well,
beauty over there at 30.
I am 49.
What?
Yes.
What? Dang.
I did not know you were even in
I
your
am
49.
49. Every time I tell my age, people like, dang, I thought you was in your third. No, my birthday is this year. So I will be 50 this year.
Oh my God. Are you going to do it big?
That's
are you going to do a big 50th birthday?
I am.
Yeah.
I am.
Hey, y'all, it's amazing how much black don't crack, yo. I think Jazz is like 39 or 42. Both the sisters, like, they look youthful for their age, man. That's crazy how black don't crack. DeDe is 49 years old. I would never think DeDe is 49 years old. Dang, that's crazy. Well, hey, God bless y'all.
Just was talking about, I was telling my children, my daughter earlier. Yes, I am. My birthday is in May.
I love that. Well, happy early birthday.
Thank you. So that's why I be like, girl, I'm old, I'm tired.
Right. You said that. I'm like, you cannot be that much older. But you look amazing. You look amazing. And 50 is the new 30 these days. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so
I mean, it's on the outside. On the inside, no, child. Knees be hurting.
All on the inside.
Back be hurting. I gotta work, you gotta work a little harder these days. So yeah. So I just think, and I just think that just from my observation and from personal experiences with people in my circle, I see it. I see what's happening. I have a twin sister too, and I ain't trying to throw my sister under the bus, but she we on the opposite spectrum. You know what I mean? So I see it. I hear it. Social media has definitely made an impact on all of this and made it seem worse than what it is. But I do think it exists, and I think we all can work on things, and so that's the perspective I come from. I don't think that all women are bad. I don't think all men are bad. I think there's a balance of each. I think we all got to work on ourselves, and that's why I say being married for so long, I definitely had to work on myself.
Learn.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and not to cut you off, but to your point where you said you didn't know, and I think that is what the experience of a lot of women and a lot of men. They didn't know how to be, a wife or a good partner to a spouse because they didn't see it. You know what I mean? They probably had a parent that didn't, instill that knowledge in them, especially if you're a single mom raising a daughter, you're probably telling her, hey, get your money, get your education, so you don't have to rely on any man, so you don't have to rely on anyone, which is not terrible advice. But I also think there was a lot of, it was too much of that and not enough balancing of, okay, now when you do find a good man to marry, when you do find that good person to align with, this is the nature of the woman you should be in order to keep that. And I think now women are doing a lot of unlearning and a lot of relearning to try to be better partners or spouses. I know that word partner can go either way in this case, but just being a good person for someone else. I do.
Hold up, Jazz. Hold up. Jazz, you just went red pill, Jazz. Now you saying that women might have did a lot of damage to their daughters, especially if they taught their daughters or gave their daughters bad advice, and not needing a man. They should get their money, they should get their education. But earlier you said that the modern woman has the right to go to work and take care of herself and not have to depend on a man. But if you find a good man, then your nature should reflect the type of man that you're meeting with. or encountering now. I think Jazz is red pill on the low, y'all. Jazz, you just switched that up. And I would agree with Jazz. What Jazz just said, nobody would disagree with. Like, a lot of mothers have led their daughters astray because of the encounters they had with men, because they didn't bring to the table what men valued or what men needed. A lot of women came with problems and demands. So because she didn't get a man, she taught her daughter she don't need a man either, whether she told it to her or she showed it to her, while she had men coming in and out of the house, and while she watched her mama have relationships with different men based on intimacy or her want or need to control the man. But when the daughter gets older, a lot of women are typically repeat the cycle that their mama was demonstrating or engaging in. And if they don't repeat the cycle, a lot of women will end up cutting their mothers off. And some women can keep it balanced, where they can keep and maintain a relationship with their mother and hold their mother accountable, and they can have some type of healthy relationship without following what her mother is saying. But a lot of times I see women cut their mamas off for good, and they end up living in healthy lives with a man, versus the women, if they can't stop taking on the instruction or the guidance from what their mother was doing, they typically repeat the cycle. So Jazz just went red pill for a little bit. So Jazz, I agree with you. When you find a good man, you should be able to give that man what he needs or wants, and not really listen to the advice your mother may have gave you when you were younger, given the experience she had with a man as well too. So Jazz, we with you, Jazz. We support what you just said.
To agree that a lot of us did not learn that, and it will take for us to want to say, you know what? Okay, there's a pattern here. I'm not meeting the right guys. I'm running into the same type of issues. Until you look within to figure out why that's happening, you're going to continue in the same cycle.
And I think
a lot of women are coming to that, and some men too. But we still got a long way to go.
So, what do you think about? Because, and I agree with what you're saying, but you know, when we look at social media, because that's what everybody is into, and what we're seeing, you know what we're seeing. We've seen a lot of foolishness amongst women. You know, this whole idea that men have to be 6 feet tall, 6 figures, they have to damn near be rich in order to be with the women. This is why I wonder your perspective on how you feel about women who have these, what I would call, unrealistic expectations for men. Do you think it's unrealistic to want a man who makes, 6 figures or more? And do you think that, and be 6 feet tall, do you think that those are realistic requirements for women who want marriage and serious committed relationships?
It can be, and me and my man were just talking about that, because the likelihood of you actually getting that person, that man with all of this money and is in that high percent is very, 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 very small.
Right.
So it can happen, but it is a rarity. And if it just depends on what your intentions are. If your son.
So can Ali answer that question, y'all? Listen, 15 to 20% of men make 6 figures. 14 to 15% of men are at least 6 feet tall, and supposedly over 50% of men may meet that mark. You know what I'm saying? But only about 1 to 2% of men have all of those things, y'all. Is that realistic? If all the women, you telling me, want 2% of all the men? We can't be the problem. We are willing to bring to the table all the things you're asking. We're willing to be providers and protectors. We're at least willing to go half with you. We're willing to cater with you. We're willing to baby you and treat you like a child and mold you and love you even when you're shut down and act immature. And we still stand right beside you. But you want to be able to find 2% of the men that exist? Come on, y'all. Sisters, just remember that when you want 6 feet, 6 inches, and 6 figures, that is 2% of the men. Who's unrealistic, y'all? Who's the problem? Is that the men being problematic, or is that the women being problematic?
Young girl looking for a come up, and you only want to use your looks to attract a rich man so you don't ever have to work again. There's a lane for that. But if you're looking for substance, You have to consider like the realities of things. And there are a lot of quality men that are just not hitting the 6-figure mark yet. And that's okay. They're still quality. They're still striving. Now, I don't believe in aligning yourself with men or women who have reached a certain age and are not self-actualized, have no ambition, are stagnant, have no goals that they want to pursue, because then you're taking on a liability. You know, be realistic about where you are in your life and try to find somebody on that same level. If you're looking to have these super rich men that can provide this luxurious lifestyle, go for it, but understand what that may come with. Right? If he's a man of extreme means, he may be very busy. If you are a woman that values time and dates and stuff, you may be dealing with someone that spends more time on his business. That's something.
Hold on real quick.
The world keeps turning, hearts keep burning. Everybody walking through the night, looking for a spark of light. Every soul is searching for a flame, someone whispering their name. From the cradle to the grave we run, trying to feel like we belong. Love is what makes the babies grow. Love is why the rivers flow. And when the morning sun arrives, Loving may be hard, but love is why the world survives. Everybody wants to be loved. Who do you love? Everybody wants.
Down touch.
My bad, y'all. I had to take that call. So I may start doing, if y'all won't, I may start doing calls with y'all. Sometimes I got to take some calls because I'm going real heavy in real estate now. So in order to close deals, man, some deals, everything is time. So sometimes when somebody calls, I may have to pick it up, but that I may be good for the rest of the week because I have other people taking calls, but no one can take that call at that time. So just be mindful. Sometimes if I have to pick up, it's going to stop. Sometimes it may be because of real estate, and I may just start having the conversations on here with y'all. All right.
You have to be okay with signing up for, you know, it really just depends on what your intentions are. If you're really looking for love and looking to really build with someone, I don't think you should be out here like, well, he got to make $100,000, $300,000 in order to date me. If you're really looking for something long term.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I agree. You know, I think, you know, you can see that, you can understand that, but some people can't. And they're not settling in their minds. They're not settling because they think that they're going to get that type of man one day. But I do agree also too that, you know, the man with all this money may not have a lot of time for you. Look, that's another thing. You want somebody. This is why I say a lot of women are.
And y'all, we have to recognize, I don't know if Jazz gonna start getting red pill, but she's acknowledging that if a man has power, if a man has money, he's not gonna have that much time for you, and he's gonna have expectations and standards that you have to meet. Excuse me. And Jazz is becoming aware of that. Jazz is becoming open to that. So I hope it's consistent, and this is what we're talking about. If you acknowledge what that man needs, and you acknowledge that if not only if a woman wants a rich man, she has to be able to meet him where he's at. Then that means if you want a simple man, you want a righteous man, you want an honest man, you want just a man who's content with life, then you shouldn't have all these high demands and expectations for him because you have that high expectation and demands. If you want a lot of money, if you want the riches, if you want a fancy lifestyle, then maybe you need to work more. It shouldn't have to be that he has to work more. And that's why I say a lot of times the issue don't be the man, it's the woman and what she has in her mind and what she wants from the man. So if you want a rich man, but he don't want to be rich, you need to go work more. But if you want a simple man, accept that he's a simple man, accept that he's a kind man, at least that he's a righteous man. He wants things in order, and he cares about the community, and he cares about women, he cares about children, and he cares about being a man, a good man. And by the way, go buy the single "A Good Man" by Ilkan Ali on iTunes. All right. So if you want somebody to adhere or accommodate your lifestyle, they're not the problem. You are. You know, and I think Jazz sounds like she's acknowledging that. And I think a lot of women acknowledge that. And that's when women are being manipulative, and women will try to control men, especially when they can't change them to be what they want them to be, because they keep playing with the word change and control. If she loves you, if she cares about you, if she supports you, and she sees you better than herself, she'll change. She'll say, I need to change, and I must change to be with this man. But if she thinks she's better than you, and she values herself and her lifestyle and the things that she wants and needs more than you, then she'll say you're controlling her when you have an expectation and standard. So just be mindful of that. If she cares about you and wants to be in your life, she's going to look to change. But if she values herself more than she values you, she's going to say you're controlling her if you need her to meet an expectation or a standard. So be mindful of that. Hey, shout out to the people that's in the building. Much love. Thank you for the donations and support. Much love to the Untouchables. Much love to the chat. And I always thank y'all, man, for coming in the building, man. Y'all don't have to be nowhere else, but y'all right here, or y'all can be somewhere else, and y'all choosing to be right here. So I truly appreciate everybody whenever y'all come through in the building. All right, we're going to keep going.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I was just going to add, not to say that a busy man can't find balance in relationships.
Right.
Not to say that either. But usually when you are, because they can, you know,
Yeah.
especially if they value their person and their family. You will find the balance.
Yeah.
But a lot of times with these super established men, they don't really care to slow down for anybody. They just want to add you to the party and keep it moving. But I was just going to add that nuance. Please go ahead.
Yeah,
That's not true. Hey, Jazz, you can't do that.
You know,
Jazz, you can't turn back around and put a narrative on these men who are super established and have a lot of money. You just said they won't have time. There's so many women that want time with their man and want a lot of money at the same time. So if you want your man's time, don't have an expectation for him to work and be away from the house all the time. He's not going to be able to be home trying to establish the lifestyle that you're asking for. But if you want him to be home, you want more time from this man, you want more energy from this man, you want more quality time with this man, then don't expect him to always be at work. Don't expect him to go finance this lifestyle that, again, you're asking him to do for you. You got to pick one or the other. And again, it's only 1 to 2% of men can do or accommodate you the way that you would possibly like. But even those men are going to end up being busy. They're trying to accommodate your lifestyle, so you're changing their lifestyle and the time they spend with you to work. Sisters, y'all got to be mindful for what you're asking for, y'all. You got to be mindful. You know, a lot of times when you get what you want, you lose what you have.
That's a point I heard you speak on Anton's panel. Actually, I remember balance, and then that's like I said, that was something I struggled with early on in my marriage too, because but these men, they got to work. I think that sometimes the balance is not always there, especially in the beginning, because they're hustling. When they hustling and they got to work, they got to work. But then also, you at some point you gotta make time for the family that you created. That's one thing I realized too. I used to complain about it, but then I had to realize, wait a minute, now you gotta pay the bills, so you gotta work. But you still. I do agree. I remember you talking about that, because I said, now I agree with that, because you have to make time for the family that you created, but you also got to be realistic in that time and for what they got to do. Because if they're paying all the bills and they out here working hard, they got to work.
Right.
This is why I say you have to. There has to be a level of realism. You have to be realistic in what it is that you want, because when you get what you want, you got it come with certain things. And
I'm about to say
understand the dynamics of a relationship and the things that you ask for. So you gonna get a little bit of that, but yes, you could still make balance and make time, because I think you should. You know what I'm saying? So now I want to ask you this. Why do you think I want to play a clip. I want you to listen to something in a second, but why do you think you get so much flack from criticism from being on these panels, and your take on a lot of these questions and stuff that you get asked, or topics? Why do you think?
Yeah, I think I do, because it's a space where a lot of men have like this very kind of really harsh patriarchal mindset on how things should be when it comes to men and women, right? I'm a person that views men and women as equal human beings, and I don't think that women should be at a disadvantage just because that they are women, and I don't believe that men deserve more from a woman just because they are men. We are equal human beings. We both carry value. We both should respect each other as such. I don't believe in the idea of, oh, you can be with a man, but he's going to cheat, because that's what men are. They have this idea that men just can't help themselves. And when I give pushback on that, then it's, oh, you just hate men, you don't understand men, or, it'll be silly things. I just feel like I get a lot of pushback because I'm not in agreement with the mindset that a woman should be under a man. If you want to speak biblically, and I'm not even going to go, straight there, but a lot of times they like to cherry pick the Bible to try to validate their mindset, but forget that, Eve was pulled from Adam's rib to stand beside him, not under him, not above him, but literally to stand beside him, to help each other. And that help me wasn't a man needs a helper and a woman's only duty is to help a man. No, humans need help from other humans. So when I say these things, they think it's an attack on them. If I say anything about men and women should be created or treated equally, they feel like it's an attack on their masculinity, because they have been conditioned to believe that, no, we are men, we're over women, we dominate you, you're under us, we're the rulers. But, I disagree. And, there are other historical facts that can validate why that doesn't always work. We work better together, in an environment where we're not trying to suppress one another just based on our gender, as opposed to, well, I'm a man, so in order for me to feel like a man, I have to suppress you. And so when I give pushback on that, that's when I get attacked.
So what do you think about the 50-50 situation? If because I agree with I agree with working together. You got to work together in order to make it work, in my opinion. But what do you think about women pushing back against 50-50 then? If they don't want to, a lot of them don't want to go 50-50. They still want a traditional man who pays all the bills, while they still don't really want to be housewives.
Right.
I came up and I use myself as an example because, like I say, and the reason why I speak the way I speak, because I've had the experience. So yeah, I was a actual and could still be considered a housewife because I do this and that's it. I'm at home all the time, raised our kids while my husband worked and paid the bills. Of course, back in a time when things weren't as expensive and we built up from there. But I was an actual stay-at-home wife.
Hold on, y'all. I just got to restart real quick because my buttons are acting.
It was no extravagant trips and all of these things that people are talking about. No, I didn't have a whole lot of help. I was at the house with the kids, raising the children while my husband worked, and he had a good job. He paid the bills, but I didn't have this extravagant lifestyle. And so I was literally there with the kids every day, all day, maintaining the household, doing those things. But today it seems like a lot of women don't really want that because once again, what I call, whether they say modern women, because they want to be able to be outside. They want to go shopping. They want to go traveling. There's nothing wrong with that. But what I'm saying, I don't think we have the full traditional woman anymore. I don't think majority of women nowadays want to be at home with the kids. Oh, that's a lot of work now, mind you. It's a lot of work. So I don't think a lot of women would prefer it because they're working and they're having businesses and things like that. So I don't think they really want to do that. But I think men are more traditional in saying, hey, I would love to have a woman at the house who's going to make sure I have a meal when I come home from work and I'm paying the bills. If he's paying all the bills, he wants more of a traditional woman who will be there when he comes home, have a decent place, a peaceful home to come to. And then if y'all have kids, your kids are safe and they're good and you don't have to worry about that after working hard. Do you think that we have women who, more of that type of woman who really wants to be at home for real with the kids all the time?
Well, I mean, isn't there a whole trad wife movement going on right now? There are a lot of women out here that are promoting traditional lifestyles for women.
And they get a lot of flack too.
Yeah, and they get a lot of flack. I mean, I feel like if men are as great as they say they are, they should not have a problem with finding a woman to get on their program. There are women out here that really want to just live for their men and live for their husband and be at home. So go and find those women. Don't go to the woman that's already ambitious, that has a career, that looks like she doesn't plan on slowing down, or if she wants to get married, she still wants to have her career. Don't go and get that and then try to suppress her and say, well, the law says you need to be in the house serving me. No, go find what you feel that you are ready to provide and protect for, because those women are out there. But what I find is that these men, these traditional men, attack the independent women that aren't even on their radar. The independent woman wants a man that values her independence, but still wants to, build with her. Right? The independent woman is not looking to be, traditional, but for some reason, these men keep finding themselves in conversations with the women that they don't even like, that they don't even.
When Jazz, when you say that, or when women say that in general, y'all are extremely disingenuous when you say that. And y'all know that's my favorite word. Imagine a world where women go, where men go, hey man, if you want a protector and provider, if you want a righteous man, if you want a man that'll take care of you, if you want a man that love you, if you want a man that cater to you, you need to go find those type of women. Right now, all we got is womanizers, all we got is liars, all we got is cheaters, all we got is women that beat women. Hey, stop complaining. Go find you the man that you're looking for. Like, it's extremely disingenuous because you know the majority of the women don't want to be traditional women. So it's bad faith argument and response when you're telling men to go find a majority of what doesn't exist. So the wives that you're talking about, most of those women are probably married. Most of the women who love, most of the women who want to be traditional, most of the women who want to be homemakers, most of the women who want to love their men, the old school, so-called old school way, a lot of those women are already taken. They're going to be off the market. So it's a bad faith response, especially when earlier you just said that women need to unlearn and relearn how to love a man when they meet a man and when they want to be with a man. It is constant contradiction, Jazz, when you're having these conversations, especially with another woman. You say one thing and then you switch it back to another thing. If you are complaining about the patriarchy, then you need to attack the patriarchy that makes men obligated to protect women, that makes men obligated to take care of you, that makes men obligated to build for you, that makes men obligated to take care of society and build a society that makes it easier for men, women, and children. You will complain about what you don't like from the patriarchy that you don't benefit from, but you'll support the patriarchy all day as long as it supports what you can benefit from and what you value. So you create a double standard and know there's a double standard that you will promote. But when women claim to be feminists, when women claim to be equal, when women claim to want to be treated equal to men or want both men and women to be valued the same, you're not talking about the cons that happen to men and how men can't find wives, how men can't find women who want to be mothers, how men can't find women who want to cook or be at home with them as well too. You keep promoting the lifestyle of a woman wanting to be a bad bitch, wanting to be a boss babe and take care of herself. So it becomes a bad faith discussion when you respond to what DD is asking, when most of those type of women don't exist anymore, but the women that exist that think like that still want a traditional man. You want him to work hard. You want him to take care of you. You want him to take you on dates. You want him to finance your life, but you just don't want to cook and clean and be a mother. You don't want to be at home. You want to be outside while having the inside benefits. So that part is disingenuous. And just about the argument, I still love you, Jazz.
Want. So I would just say, if you want a traditional woman, go and find her and leave the women that are not looking to be traditional alone. Stop trying to change these women. They're fine. If they want to live alone.
And I ask y'all, if men stop being traditional and don't want to be traditional, would women value those men? Would women start complaining in mass that we don't have traditional men when most men are trying to be traditional? When most men, if they had the ability, wouldn't let their woman work? If most men are rich, they're not going to let you work. You know, most men can't wait to cater to their woman. Most men still love and adore women. Most men still want to do for their women. If men stop doing all those things, what kind of world would we have? But again, a lot of women still feel like they don't have to change because a man is still traditional. A man is still going to cater to you, and society will shame men to be what women want
for the rest of their lives. It's so funny because men always say you're gonna die alone with a cat and a dog. That sounds great. Like that sounds okay. That sounds like I have my peace. That sounds like that I have stability. I'm not, worried about someone taking advantage of me. It's okay. You know what I mean? I don't think we should shame one another for someone's personal choices on how they live their lives. If you are a traditional man, go and find that. But what I also hear a lot of so-called traditional men say, they want a traditional man. They want a traditional woman, but also says, but if I pay all the bills, then I should be able to cheat whenever I want. I should be able to step outside my marriage whenever I want because I'm paying out the bill. So it's like, which one is it really?
That's disingenuous.
Are you really looking for a traditional?
And I was going to say that earlier. Jazz, that's so disingenuous. Most of the men are not advocating for the man to be able to cheat. What men are saying is that if they're with you taking care of all the things and you're inconsistent in the household, you're not catering to your man, you're not taking care of him, you're giving him inconsistent sex, that you should be willing to be open for him to be able to cheat. If you're unfaithful in the house, and you're not meeting your man when you need to be as a wife or a mother for your children as well too, then he should be able to cheat outside the house so he can get himself some peace when he release. So we got to have a good faith discussion. If you're not consistent in the household, ladies, if you're not having sex with your man consistently, if you're not cooking, if you're not cleaning, if he's coming home to a dirty house, if he's coming home and he has to still cook and clean while he's taking care of everything, that's when men will support if men are unfaithful. So they can have a peace, so they can have peace, and so they can still maintain their sanity in the household and still take care of their household. How selfish of a society do we have where women think that they can get whatever they want, but they don't feel like that a man should be taken care of by this woman? And she don't feel like taking care of a man is an obligation. And y'all keep lying. And Dina, y'all have to lie. Y'all have to perpetrate these narratives. Perpetrate a fraudulent narrative. You have to be disingenuous to be able to push a narrative that we never said. Most of the men do not support cheating. Most of the men do not support men doing wrong by their women, lying to their women, manipulating their women, taking advantage of a woman. Y'all are lying. Show us the videos. What men are y'all talking about? And why lie like that? What man supports men cheating on their women? We say we would support and understand a man if he cheats on his woman, if she's unfaithful inside of the house, so he doesn't have to break apart his family. And again, it ain't that we support it. We just wouldn't be mad at him. We believe that men should fulfill their agreement to a woman. If you choose to be monogamous, if you make an agreement that you're going to be monogamous, you shouldn't cheat on your woman. No, y'all are gaslighting because that's disingenuous. Men aren't supporting men cheating on their women. We say we understand if he cheats, if she's not fulfilling her obligation to her family.
A monogamous relationship, or are you just looking for a woman to
matter of fact, watch how y'all are about to lie. Dina, who else is in here lying? Dina, Angel, let me see. I just see y'all two. If a woman is not having sex with her man consistently and she doesn't see it as an obligation, if she's not cooking, if she's not cleaning, would he be justified to cheat on his woman? And I already answered because y'all keep beating us to the punch. You'd rather him leave. You always want the man to leave. So we have to leave y'all alone. And then when we leave y'all alone, dang, you ain't got no woman. Are y'all gay? Why y'all complaining about these women? Why don't y'all just leave us alone? Why don't y'all leave us alone? So you say leave you alone to demonstrate that you're not a good woman. But then when we demonstrate that you're not a good woman, you say leave us alone. Y'all contradict yourself and you move in bad faith. You say leave me alone if I'm not a good woman, then leave me alone if that's what you want. Go find another woman. Y'all are hypocrites and y'all walking contradictions. Y'all care about what you think about. You care about how you feel, and you put that above your man and you put that above your family. That's what we address. If a man is not doing right by a woman, we're not, hey, just leave her. You should just leave her. Don't be with her. You shouldn't be with that woman. If you don't do right by her, just leave her. No, ain't you need to step up. You need to respect your woman. You need to do right by your woman. You need to take care of your family. You need to take care of your kids. You need to take care of your women. Y'all are so selfish, and a lot of y'all are so miserable. Y'all want other women to be lonely just like you. You want other women to be miserable just like you. You want your daughters to be miserable and alone just like you, instead of helping them be better women, because a lot of fathers make sure with tremendous intensity that their sons typically are better than them. Men want their sons to be better than them. Women want their daughters to be just like them or worse. Tell me I'm lying. And it's a lot of you have horrible relationships with your mothers, but y'all still love them because you feel like if you hate them, you'd have to hate yourself instead of hating her behavior and making sure you don't do that. You don't become that type of woman and still being able to have a relationship with your mother. But if you feel if you hate your mama or her behaviors, you have to hate yourself too. So y'all all live vicariously through each other and y'all sustain this girls and this sisterhood. Instead of destroying the badness within the women, you feel like because you hate what's bad in her, you have to hate yourself. So let's just keep it real, man. Nobody is telling men to be bad. Nobody's telling men to be wrong. Nobody's telling men to be deceitful, y'all. Ever.
Bring you labor. and you still be able to do whatever you want. Because I've heard all of that. It's like, oh, so now you get the traditional woman that stays home, but you punish her because you're providing for her, because you say, oh, I'm
and that's a lie. That's trickery. Y'all go to the extreme. Now men were cheating on women who not traditional. Now men are cheating on women who traditional. Now a man wants to do his woman wrong because she's doing what he's asking for. It's extreme to justify why women are miserable and single. And I'm not talking about JAS. I'm talking about in general. Women go to the extreme. Well, if I'm traditional, he's going to cheat on me anyway. If I'm not traditional, he's going to cheat on me anyway. Most men don't cheat, whether they woman traditional or not traditional. Most women don't cheat, whether that man is not traditional or not traditional. It's a narrative you have to create and put in the air to justify why you're single and miserable. Men are deleting each other. That's why I'm single. Men abuse women. That's why I'm single. Men lie to women. That's why I'm single. You're lying to justify why you're single and miserable. Wow, hold on, y'all, before my laptop about to die. Hold on, family. And y'all, we got 130 people in the building. Please like and subscribe. Make sure y'all help your brother Ali if you're feeling the show, if you're feeling the content. Get all the goals for my show. All right. I think we need 17 more memberships. All right. Let me see where we at. I think we're doing good with our goals. We need 17 more memberships. We need, let me see. Let me go down to it, man. I can't even, my buttons are all messing up already. We need $23 more in the cash, in the super chat. And we just need $62 more in the Cash App, y'all, to meet all our goals, man. All right. If y'all feeling the show, if y'all feeling the content, if y'all feeling the passion, if y'all resonating with it, help your brother reach his goals as well, too, my brother. Make sure y'all support Ali, supporting y'all. Make sure y'all support the Untouchables, supporting y'all. Make sure y'all support the momentum. Make sure y'all support the content. Help us get to 100K, y'all. All right, we posting on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, constantly, everything now. Well, I am, and Fatty's getting around to it too, but he's working on something else as well too. He gonna hit y'all upside the head with. But we gonna try to make sure that the Untouchable Empire gonna keep expanding and growing, y'all.
Providing, so it's my way. If I want to go and do whatever with somebody else, I can do that because I'm paying all the bills. So now I've given you traditionalism as a wife, but you can't even respect and honor the relationship that I'm giving to you. So it just depends on what people's intentions are. I don't think anybody should be shaming anyone else for the lifestyle that they want to live. It's literally.
And that's the liberal contradiction. And I don't know if JAS is liberal. You can't say nobody should be shaming somebody for their lifestyle while you shame men who are patriarchal, or you shame the patriarch. You shame men who are traditional. You shame men who want traditional women, but you'll turn back around and say, hey, everybody should just be happy doing what they're doing. Nobody should judge someone for what they're looking for. If you want a traditional woman, go get a traditional woman. If you don't want a traditional woman, go get a non-traditional woman. Everybody needs to just do what makes them happy, but we'll turn back around and judge the people for what they do that makes them happy. You know how bad women are where they advocate and fight for the rights of women to do whatever the hell they want to do, except for being a wife, except for being a mother. But then they get mad at women for wanting to be a wife and wanting to be a mother. Literally, they fight for women to do whatever they want, to have no responsibility to nobody else but themselves. And they tell men, stop telling women what they need to do. Soon as a woman says, you know what? I still want to be traditional. I still want to be a wife. I still want to be a mother. Look at that pick me. Look at that male-centered woman. Look at that woman who wants to be controlled. Y'all will tell the women, right after you tell men and women not to tell women what they should do with their body, what they should do with their body. Which means y'all are doing a lot of the things that you claim that you're not doing, but project and say that the men are doing it. Because if you are 304, the man gonna treat you like a 304. If you're a wife, the man gonna treat you like a wife. The problem is you want both. You want to be in both worlds. You want the benefits of both worlds. You want 1 foot in, you want 1 foot out. And when the man tells you his expectations and his standards, and he wants you to be responsible, and he wants you to reciprocate, and he wants you to love him the way you want to be loved, you say it's controlling. Prove me wrong.
Really not your business.
Yeah, and listen, I ain't with that. I ain't with the, oh, you make the money, pay the bills, you could cheat, hell to the no.
I hear
And
that
I make that
all the
very,
time.
very clear. I ain't with the cheat bills, you could cheat, hell to the no.
I hear
And
that
I make
all
that
the
very,
time.
That's
very
cap.
clear. I ain't with the cheating. I ain't with, because if you gonna cheat, you might as well be single. I say that all the time.
Right.
I don't condone that. I don't, no.
Hey, sisters, y'all are being disingenuous. Don't pick that one is all of us say don't pick that one. We say don't pick that one, but we say we can't find the right one. But then y'all complain about being the right one. You complain about having to cook. You complain about having to clean. There's countless videos online where women are complaining about being mothers. Y'all are lying for each other instead of addressing it so that y'all can live vicariously through each other and continue to demonstrate these behaviors because you enjoy doing bare minimum to get the maximum. All the brothers watching, all the sisters watching, tell me I'm lying. Whatever a woman does, it could be the smallest thing. She maximizes as it's the most important thing ever, and she'll claim she's sacrificing. You could be paying all the bills. You can be taking care of everybody. You could be breaking your back to make sure everybody gets their needs met, and a woman will minimize it and say, you know what? That's what a man's supposed to do. What, you want, a cookie? What, you want, an award? Stop complaining. Stop crying. That's what a man's supposed to do. We'll minimize man's roles and we'll with all the things that men can do, and we'll maximize the woman, the very little that she'll do. She barely doing anything, but we'll maximize it and make her, and she a queen. All the women are queens, but a man has to work to be a king. They'll call each other bad babes. They'll call each other baddies. They'll say all of them are tens. They say all of them are queens, but a man has to work to be a king. This goes out to the sisters that just can't stop.
Because real eyes realize real lies.
But, I think for the women who are out there who have the, the type of mindset that these men say they want, I think they need to distinguish themselves. They need to step out amongst the crowd because it seems like they're blending in. Because we don't see, and I know some women who think like, but the women I know are already married. Like the women that have this mentality are already married, the ones that I know. And then the ones that are single, they like, I'm independent. I want the best, I don't. So I just feel like if the women who are out there, because I think there are still good women out there. I say that all the time. But they need to step out. I really think they need to start approaching. That's just me. I think they need to stand out from the crowd and start letting these men know, look, hey, I'm here, because we don't see them. I think they exist, but we don't see them. We don't see the traditional women who are okay with being traditional women and not looking for this glamour. Because then you have the glamour side of it, this glamorous lifestyle. He got to make all this money to take you on 4-5 trips a year and all of this. So I don't know. I think some of this is possible, and I think all of this exists, but I think there is a delusional aspect to it too, in my mind. I think men could be delusional.
Yeah, I think it's delusion on both sides. I think there's delusion on both sides. Yeah.
Yeah, there are men who are expecting certain things that I don't think you just not gonna get in this day and age from women. Like I say, women aren't all one way. I say that all the time. We're not all one way. You're not gonna find this cookie cutter woman, just like I don't think women are gonna find this Jesus of a man. You're not gonna find no perfect person.
Nobody's perfect. Yeah.
Nobody is perfect. And I don't think that anybody should be thinking that a relationship is supposed to be super perfect. She gotta fit in this box, and if she go deviate out of this, whatever, I don't want her. Or if he don't check all these boxes, then I don't want him. No, life that's not how life works, and when you in a relationship for a while, that, and you realize, listen, if this is a person that you want to be with, if they have the majority of the qualities that you want, and you love them and they love you, and y'all make it work, and and that's that. I don't think anybody is just, if you have standards and you have boundaries for yourself, you're not just going to allow a person to do anything to you, either on either side. So I just think we have everybody.
And my sister Wanda hit us with $10 in the Cash App, y'all. We almost close. We halfway. We just need 50. No, actually, let me see. Yeah, $52 more in the Cash App to meet our goals, man. Our sister Wanda hit us with $10 in the Cash App.
Thank you for the $10, fam. I see you.
And make sure y'all spam my sister Wanda emoji as well too. All right, make sure y'all spam her emoji. Make sure she know we support her, we respect her, we value her, and every time she come through, she be supporting her. Smell the roses, Fatty, Ali, anybody I say. I don't know if I saw on Petty Reg yet, but I know she make her rounds, man, supporting everybody. So much love to you always, my sister Wanda.
They have to be more realistic, but
yeah, I don't think it's anything wrong with that. Like, be realistic about what you want. And also, a lot of people, like women, say, oh, I want a man with this, that, and the third. Well, are you what that man wants? And vice versa. Men say, I want a woman that, you know.
Y'all see what I'm saying? Jazz, if you're not what that man wants, then if there's a lot of women who's not what the man wants, who's the problem in society when men are what women are typically asking for, if they're realistic? If you're looking for a protector and provider and someone who loves you, someone can accommodate that. Someone can cater to that. Someone can support that. But when women are saying they want the 6 foot, 6 inches, 6 figures, that's 2% of society. But it becomes a contradiction. You're telling women to be what the type of woman that they're looking for, but a lot of those 2% of men don't even want those women. The men don't even want y'all. And I ain't talking specifically to DD and Jazz. The 2% of men that y'all talking about, a lot of times don't want majority of women. They want a minority of women. So the minority of the men want the minority of women. You got to date on your level, like y'all said, or be with the type of man you want. Not only be the type of man that you want, you got to lower your expectations and standards and be reasonable. So even if we're being genuine and you want to be with the woman you wants you to be, make sure you're reasonable. Make sure you're in your lane. Make sure you're dating someone that you typically probably can date as well too. If your standards and expectations are unrealistic, wanting to be what the man wants is a moot point. It means absolutely nothing because he don't want you. Why are you trying to be the type of woman that the man you wants and he don't want you? So again, work towards what you can be for the man that wants you, that's reasonable, that you can be able to attain and be with as well too. Make your expectations believable.
Oh, cook, clean, and do all of this. Every time you hear a man say what they want from a woman, it's all about labor. It's all about what they can do to make their lives more convenient, which is fine. I think
all a man is asking a woman to do is what she already does for herself, Jazz. How does it become labor when you're doing it in a house with a man? It's not labor when you're doing it for your children. It's not labor when you're doing it for your friends. It's not labor when you're doing it for God. It's not labor when you're doing it for yourself. You're being an adult. That's called an adult. So if you're already cooking and cleaning, why does it become labor? Why does it become oppressive? Why do you become a maid when you're just doing it in the house and you just adding a man to your house? It's not logical. Y'all keep playing around with words. Y'all keep playing around with rhetoric. If we're going to count that as labor, you need to pay me for working outside of the house. You need to pay me for landscaping. You need to pay me for working on the car. You need to pay me for getting the car worked on. You need to pay me for taking out the trash. You need to pay me for fixing things around the house. You need to pay me for paying the plumber. You need to pay me if I am the plumber. We are working for each other. If you're gonna consider that labor, I'm fine with that. If we're working for each other and we consider it labor, that's fine. But that's what comes with the territory. Your job when you love somebody, it's your job is to work for them. Hey, Ricky, man, my woman want me to pay bills, man. I'm tired of that labor. Man, my woman want me to take out the trash, man. I'm tired of her getting me to do labor. Man, my woman want me to cut the grass, Ricky. I'm tired of doing the labor. My woman wants me to play with the kids. My woman want me to take them out. My woman want me to spend time with the family. I'm tired of her requiring me to do all this labor. Stop manipulating men and stop using words to manipulate yourself. Because not only are y'all doing a disservice to the men in the community, you are doing a disservice to yourself, y'all. Y'all are racing to the bottom. Y'all are dysfunctional. Y'all are self-sabotaging. The goals that you meet go nowhere. It's an endless pit of darkness that always leads to you being alone. And then you will support yourself being alone when your biological imperative, and when you're biologically not designed to be alone. Science and data and research shows that we're not supposed to be alone and how it affects us cognitively, behaviorally, socially. It's not good for people to be alone. It negatively impacts people when they don't have nobody in their life. You'll turn right back around. I don't give a damn. I don't need nobody. I'm better all by myself. I can be alone for the rest of my life. But all the women we see alone demonstrates that they're typically miserable people. Leave a dog alone by itself and watch what happens to the dog. Anything you leave alone, it starts becoming miserable. It's a minority of people who can actually live alone, but even them people typically have a lot of problems where they end up disconnected from people, maybe possibly because they were hurt by connecting with people, or they have people in their lives and they're introverts. But most people, even if people typically leave them alone, want somebody to at least be there. I want you here with me, but you can be in the next room, but I want someone there with me. Most people can't live by themselves. Most people don't want to be by themselves. Most people don't want to be alone. Much love again, y'all. Where we at now with the memberships? We got 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 memberships. We just need 11 memberships more. My brother Petty hit us with 5 gifted memberships. Shit. And if love is labor, you better put in that work. You better put in that work just like you do at the job. You better put in that work just like you do all that gossiping with your girlfriends. You better put in that work like all that drama TV y'all watching. All that reality TV y'all be watching, put in that work. If you can scroll down your timeline all day long, you could be on your phone all day long, you can watch TV all day long, you could talk to your girlfriends all day long, your gay best friend all day long. Why don't you put that work in for the man who actually loves you? How about that? And then my brother Stu with the 5 gifted memberships, y'all. We just need 6 more memberships to reach our goal for today's show on the memberships. And we only need, let me see, we only need $52 more in the Cash App, unless the Cash App already got it and I ain't check it. And we only need, I think, $23 more in the super chat to meet our goals for the show. All right. I will be opening up the panel. All right. I'm just going to cook for a little bit. All right. Because the math ain't mathing. You know what I'm saying? And Crystal, how you doing, sister? I think my sister, Little Miss Pumpkins, man, I would love the sisters come up here and talk about this from different perspectives. Like I love the sisters like DEE and JAS that had the conversations. The sisters that supporting families versus the sisters that supporting themselves, but pretending to support families. I would love that. If you have the right to do whatever the hell you want to do, then you shouldn't be mad. You know what? Let's add to this because I love that we had these conversations. If you want to be a bad bitch, you want to be a boss babe, you want to be able to take care of yourself, then if you're looking for a guy just like that, you shouldn't be mad that he cheat. He taking care of himself. So instead of the monogamous relationship where we investing in each other and the families, if you want to be that egotistical woman, if you want to be that prideful, if you want to be able to take care of yourself, then make sure you understand that men and women are different, even though we're equal in a certain way, like y'all say. Hey, let him do what he wants to do, and you do what you want to do. You get that money, you get the provisions for the man, you get the protection for the man, but he get multiple women. That would be fair. Since you ain't got to cook, since you ain't got to clean, since you can go get money, go on girls' trips, go to the club, go do whatever the hell you want to do. When y'all in this relationship, hey, you know what? I want to do what I want to do too. I want to go with my homeboys. I want to have multiple women. Instead of cheating, this is just the agreement we got. Since you're doing whatever you want to do, I'm gonna do whatever I want to do. That's what's realistic. What women want to do, those type of women, is to do whatever they want to do, get a man to finance their life while they finance themselves, but the man can't do what he wants to do. He still has to be traditional. While you don't have to be a traditional woman. We gonna work on these talking points. That's what makes sense. Not a man being traditional and you get to be a non-traditional woman. In order to make it fair, he get to have multiple women. He get to take care of himself, but he finances your lifestyle as well too, and he takes care of you as well too. That's what makes that fair. What's going on, Jazz? So you can't ask for a man to take care of you while you take care of yourself without allowing a man to take care of himself as well too. So y'all both if you want a traditional man, you ain't got to be a traditional woman, then he ain't got to be a traditional man. So the man who's not traditional and a woman who's not traditional get to be with each other. The difference is the man is still traditional because even when the man stepped out, he still took care of his woman. But if you want to make it non-traditional, y'all should only come together in liking each other. Both of y'all do whatever y'all want to do, but y'all just like each other. Y'all care for each other. I'm not beating you up back too bad, Jazz. And to make sure you know that every time I'm done, I say I still love you, Jazz. I still say I love you, Jazz. I'm just talking. Hey, Jazz. What we acknowledge today, though, Jazz, you get more red pill, Jazz. You learning. Sometimes we be thinking women don't be learning, or y'all learning and manipulating, and you know better, and you always knew better. But Jazz, you've been telling on yourself. You said that the women need to unlearn, and they need to learn how to love these men because their mamas might have not shown them the right things to do. I appreciate you for taking the time to say that. But in retrospect, that means you should acknowledge that a lot of these women need to change because a lot of these women were raised by their mothers, got guidance by their mother, and it wasn't typically on something good. It was typically teaching their daughters how to be by themselves. And you said that as well too, Jazz. You said a lot of these mothers are teaching their daughter to get the bag and focusing on education, but they don't know how to treat a man. And I support you all day. Welcome to the Red Pill Club, Jazz.
You take the blue pill. The story ends. You wake up in your bed and believe whatever you want to believe. You take the red pill. You stay in Wonderland. And I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes.
Welcome to Red Pill, Jazz. Welcome to Red Pill. Let's keep going.
I think they should dig a little deeper on the traits that they look for with the women, because a lot of women will sit home and cook and clean and nag you all day and disrespect you verbally. You know what I'm saying? Like dig a little deeper with that. But I think it's okay to check what your intentions are. Do you want a wife, or do you want to be a husband? Do you want a wife just to say, I got a wife that does all of these things, or are you a man that is looking to be a husband? Do you want kids just to say you have kids, or are you looking to actually be a father?
That's red pill.
There are some men that just say, I want kids and I want a wife while still not being a father, while still not being a good husband.
Tell them, Jazz.
And vice versa. This is not an attack. I'm just saying,
Jazz, cooking.
People always say what
Jazz,
they want, but it's like,
Jazz, you coming up out of that hole. Like, you don't want to offend the women who've been watching you say certain things, but you start to understand that both men and women are experiencing the pros and cons of a patriarch, or whatever you deem a patriarch, but it's not really a con. You got to work for what you want. It's a dog-eat world. It's the survival of the fittest. If you want something, you got to work for it. Life ain't just handed to you. Now, if you want to sit on your behind at home outside of taking care of the household and want to be a traditional wife, enjoy the benefits of the patriarchy that allows you to not have to work or go out into society to do those things. If you can find a man who wants to finance your lifestyle, enjoy that. But if you're going to work, if you're voting, if you're buying land and property, if you got a career, That's part of the patriarchy too. The patriarchy gave you that. The patriarchy allows you not to have to be a wife. A patriarchy allows you to twerk it and bust it down for men and not have to be a good woman anymore. You ain't got to go to church. You ain't got to be righteous. You can be a 3-time, 4-time baby mama. That's part of the patriarchy too. If you couldn't do that, it would be against the law. So you can't pick and choose what the patriarchy allows. It looks like it allows damn right almost most of anything, except for there's still shame that goes to men. There's not a lot of shame that goes to women unless we have these conversations amongst each other. Because societal wise, out in public, you know you can't shame no hoe. You know you can't shame gay people, and you know you can't shame fat people. You will lose your job for doing those things. I can go walk into the bank right now and start talking about how destructive families are, and my job may not be coming into question. But if I start talking about gay people, I'm gonna get fired. If I start talking about women, I'm gonna get fired. The YouTube, IG, TikTok, and Facebook algorithm, you got to misspell the word women because they'll censor you, they'll block you, they'll ban you, they'll suspend you for saying woman, especially in what context you're talking about. So women are protected to do a lot of what they do. A lot of what men are doing is considered misogynistic when they're asking for traditional women. So if I say I want a housewife, if I want a homemaker, that's misogynistic. But if a woman wants a protector and provider, that's being a good woman looking for a good man. That's not sexist. That's not objectifying the man to his resources, is it? That's not dehumanizing the man, is it? But for some reason, if you ask for a woman to be a traditional woman, it's sexist. Come on, y'all. We got to make it make sense. So again, be mindful of the things that the patriarchy lets you get away with. You can go garnish a man's paycheck. You can go put him in jail for not taking care of his kids or paying for his kids if he's not coming up with that child support money. You can take half of a man's assets. You can divorce a man as an incentive. You know, once you divorce, hey, at least I know I'm getting half. If he got half, if he got something, I know I'm getting it. If he got assets, I know I'm getting part of that. There's an incentive for you to divorce when you get married. When a man divorced, misery. He loses woman. He loses family. He loses the woman he cared about. He loses what he worked for. He loses essentially purpose. Woman can just start back over because she was already she ain't even really starting back over. She was already taking care of herself. She could just move on because most of the sisters just focus on themselves. They just getting somebody else to take care of them as well too. But you still wanted to go to work in case you divorced, in case you lost your man. So don't talk about the pros of the patriarchy without not talking about don't talk about the cons of the patriarchy, which I'm still trying to figure out how it's a con for y'all outside of your ability to want to delete a kid, which is a whole nother story. If you telling me it's a con to not being able to delete a kid, we're going to have a morality conversation. But if that's what is the con, is not being able to delete a kid, we're going to have to address your morality. We're going to have to address how you think as an individual. We're going to have to address your perspectives. And I'm not talking about if a woman is raped. I'm not talking about if having this child can hurt the child or hurt the woman as well too. I'm talking about you using deletions as birth control or just wanting to delete a kid. All right. Much love to my brother Matreon Roberts, man, for gifting us another membership as well too, man. Much shout out. Make sure y'all spam my brother's emoji as well. Shit. Do. Hey, y'all, let me see. We just need 5 more memberships, man, to reach our membership goals, y'all. Who gonna hit us with 5 more memberships?
What are your intentions in order to receive all of those things? Why do you even deserve that? Why would a woman who is so damn near perfect and, you know, wants traditional lifestyle, why would she want a man like you? You know what I mean? I think that's something to consider, because as women, we have to consider that. If I want a certain type of man, well, why would that man even want me? You know? And I think that's where a lot of people are missing it, men and women. You're not even considering who you are, what your intentions are, and what you even have to give to the very person or thing that you want. But I do have a question.
Yeah, go
you
ahead.
said more of the good women should make themselves known. What do you think is a good way for a good woman to show that they are good women outside of all of these bad women, I guess?
Well, I mean, and good and bad is, you know.
My brother hit us with 5 more. My brother Stu hit us with 5 more memberships. And I think, let me see something, my brother Stu. I think you and Mick the Most are now both the sponsor of the show with $50, if I'm not correct. Both of y'all are the sponsor of the show with $50. My brother Stu and Mick the Most are the sponsors of the show with $50, man. Oh man, let me see.
That's subjective because it depends on what you're looking for in that person. But what I'm saying is, like, in the dating market, you know, men say, I'll say, you know, I think there's still some good women out there, and it might be interested in what y'all are looking for, but they're saying it's hard to find. So based off what the men are saying that they can't find, you know, there's so many of the so-called bad ones up front. Where are the good women? Where do you find them? So what I mean is, I personally think, and I know this is an old traditional way of doing things, I think those women need to start approaching men. I think they should approach men. But if you feel you have the qualities that these men are looking for, you approach. You can't. We're not in a traditional society where, you know, women are all these docile, just, you know, sitting back type of women, and the men are, you know, just supposed to. It's all out of order, in my opinion. I think so. You got to do things a little bit unorthodox because we're not in a traditional society. Men are moving away, you know, from women now. You see women complaining about men approaching. So if they,
and then my brother Mick said, "I love you, Jazz. Chill, Stu." Mick is become the sponsor of the show with $60.
Thank you for the $10, fam. I see you.
And I see you, my brother. Thank you for the $10. I truly appreciate it, Mick, man. And thank you always for the contributions as well, too. And then my brother Cool Cab with the $5 super chat says, glad to see Jazz took the red pill. I would love to see her pull up and cook.
Hey, thank you for $5. We gonna keep marching.
Jazz, hey, Jazz, you've been cooking, Jazz. Are you gonna keep messing around, Jazz? You're gonna be fully red pill. It's just a little tweaks, Jazz. It's over. Hey, Jazz, you said that a lot of these women were taught wrong by their mamas, and that they need to unlearn and relearn how to treat men. That's for now, Jazz. I'm proud of you, Jazz. I'm proud of you, Jazz. I'm proud of you for coming home, Jazz. I'm proud.
they're not approaching you, why don't, if you see a man that you think is attractive, why not go say hello to him? You never know. It couldn't hurt.
But
So
wouldn't go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, if all the men are saying they want traditionalism, wouldn't a woman approaching them make that traditional man uncomfortable? Because they feel like, as a traditional man, I'm the one that's in pursuit of you. I'm the one.
Heck no, Jazz. What you talking about, Jazz? Jazz, what? Hey, Jazz. Hey, how many brothers would be upset if a woman came up to you and told you she was interested in you? If she said, "Hey, you know, I've been sitting across the way, and I just couldn't help myself. You know, you seem so interesting. I love how you dressing. I can feel the charisma from over here. I look at your style, and you know, I feel like I'd like to get to know you and you know, want to see what type of man you are. You know, would you allow me to take you on a date sometime, or would you be willing to take me out on a date sometime?" How many brothers would be against that? Let me see. We're going to do a poll. How many brothers would be against women taking them out? Brothers from another mother. How many men would be opposed? No. Bro, I'm going to ask a different way. Would you be fine with a woman asking you out and take her seriously? All right, men only. Would you be fine with a woman asking you out and take her seriously? All right, y'all, we got to see this. Let's see, Jazz. Jazz said if Jazz says if these sisters is walking up to brothers and they being supposedly non-traditional, that the men would not like that. I don't know about that. Let's see. Y'all got the poll? Let me make sure the poll out there. All right, let's see. Let's see what's going on. Let's see. And then, something happened. Stu said, oh, hell no. He hit us with $20, said, I'm going to be the sponsor of the show with $70 to Mick. He said, Mick the most. I'm chilling now, bro. Salute to the untouchable empire. Oh, snap.
Thank you for the $20. You the bomb.
And so Boogie reacts, I like this comment. I say this all the time, Boogie, which means a lot of sisters be either playing dumb, manipulative, or we'll give them grace. They just that programmed and unconditioned, even though they're supposedly the most educated, which is a whole nother conversation, which we rebutted that. I love you, sisters, but y'all not the most educated. Y'all educated, but y'all not the most educated. And I won't let nobody, my brother Uncomfortable Truth was trying to make it seem like most black women was ratchet. I fought hard for y'all. I know most of y'all ain't ratchet. I think most black women conduct themselves in a classy manner. But when we do see ratchet behaviors, typically it's our women. I don't know, it's because the TV, and it might be the TV just showing the black woman being ratchet. But most of the times when we see some ratchet behaviors online, it's a lot of times our black women. But I know for a fact that most black women ain't ratchet, not even close. I think most black women are classy, and they conduct themselves in a nice manner. But it's just relationships where they struggling, where the feminist ideals have crept up in their mind because of this country. So I think most women in public and in general know how to conduct themselves in a classy manner. I ain't gonna call y'all. I know my sisters ain't ratchet. Boogie reacts with the $5 super chat. I think this is a great question. So it takes a woman, a statement. No, it is a question. So it takes a woman to say the same things men say for Jazz to listen. Anyways, blessings, Ali. Oh man.
Thank you for the $5. We were all born to be untouchable.
I'm gonna tell you this. We live in a society where, again, with our people, the women are the leaders. The woman is valued and adored more than the men. So a lot of times the sisters will adhere to what the women are saying and value what the women are saying. And I think it's going to take the woman, or I know it's going to take the woman, if we're not changing laws, if we're not going to go back to controlling y'all the way we used to control y'all, the way you supposedly didn't like us controlling y'all, even though we had families and we had better relationships, contrary to what y'all keep saying, because y'all admit that when we control y'all, we have more productive families than when y'all control yourselves and want to keep your legs wide open and make all these horrible decisions that traumatize you. When we control y'all, we got families. When y'all control yourselves, y'all got to heal. So you tell me what we should do. When we control you, we got families. When y'all control y'all got to heal. So y'all let me know. It's too many women that got to heal, and it's too many women trying to find God.
A hoe's final form is a religious woman.
That's not true. Hey, wait a minute.
Y'all let me know. Because I don't hear men talking about they got to heal. I don't hear men talking about they traumatized. They just looking for a woman to be a woman. Is no sound? Can y'all hear me now? Am I good? Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? I hope I'm good. Can y'all hear me, y'all? Okay, I'm good. All right. We here when we finally leave.
Pack you all the way up, son.
We here when we finally leave. It's so crazy, y'all. Y'all fight so hard to get these men that y'all love, but then when you gotta change, you call them controlling. I hear you, Angel. Go heal, Angel. Go heal by yourself. And even when you're by yourself, you still ain't healing, Angel. How you by yourself and ain't healing? How you by yourself and always bored? How you by yourself and still traumatized? How you by yourself and still unhappy? How you by yourself and still looking for self-love? How you don't know how you love yourself? Angel. My brother Matreon been a member for 3 months. They want a man to be more like the older generation. They want a man to be a woman. That's all it is. They want the man to be the woman. And a lot of women are so miserable because they too busy trying to be a man. Can I hit the button? If they was happy being a woman instead of being a man, a lot of women would be happy. Think about it. If I wanted to be a woman and was jealous of being a woman and I was envious of a woman, I would internally start hating myself. Damn, I hate me. I'm miserable with me. I'm unhappy with me. I got to heal because I want to be her so bad. I want all the attention that women want. I want to be valued the way the woman wants. I want the power that the woman has to just not do anything she wants to be able to do or wants to do. You would you would hate yourself. Y'all are so busy and fight so hard to be men that you miserable with yourself. It's just like a black man trying to be white. He hates himself. He ends up being a coon because he can't stand his black skin because he's allowed white people to teach him to hate himself. And there's white people that are hate themselves because we'll teach black people in response to what white people are doing to hate themselves, even though we ain't telling a white person to hate themselves. We just trying to get white people to acknowledge what they've done in society. And we're not talking about the good white people. We talking about the ignorant white people. And majority of the time it's the government we talking about. But when you have an identity crisis, it's typically because you're envious of another person as well too. And it makes you insecure. You hate yourself because you love somebody else. And when you start loving them, you have to hate them because you hate yourself. How many of y'all got girlfriends that can't stand you? Let's bring it to y'all girlfriends. How many of y'all girlfriends cut y'all off because y'all grew apart? You matured. You might not be a 304 no more. You don't maneuver how they maneuver anymore. You got a job. You got a career. You got money. You got a man. You got a family. Now you don't see him anymore. You don't see your mama no more. You don't see your friends no more. You don't see your family no more because they hating on you. Y'all telling me as women, y'all don't have women that hate on y'all because y'all have what they don't have. And if they can catch you slipping at times where you mad with your man, they try to get you single as well too. They try to get you by yourself too. They try to get y'all to be just like them too. We try to up brothers. We want brothers to be better than us. I want my brother to be successful. I want my brother to achieve. I ain't trying to hold my brother back, even though we know there's crabs in the bucket. I ain't saying there ain't crabs in the bucket. But a lot of time, the brothers in circles want their brothers to outdo them or do better than them, where the sisters would try to make you as miserable or as single as they are. Prove me wrong. Hey, Crystal. Okay, let's do this. Hey, Crystal. LOL, all of them. Exactly. I married my best friend's brother. All of them. You had to cut off everybody. And then they go, oh, look at that pick me. She male-centered. Nah, y'all miserable. It's like, I love my man. I want y'all to have a man. I love my family. Y'all trying to get me to leave my man and my family. All of them. And Dina, I know, hey, Dina, if you ain't cut your friends off yet, that means you still just like them. Dina, you're doing the same things they still doing. Because if you truly love yourself, if you truly love your friends, you tell your friends about themselves and you'll hold them accountable and then you'll cut them off until they get better. And then maybe you'll let them back in your life. But if y'all really loved y'all friends, y'all hold them accountable and responsible for being a thought. You hold them accountable and responsible for giving a man a hard time, for breaking their family. But y'all acknowledge what they do, and you continue to enable them. You continue to support them, and you continue to acknowledge and allow these women to be thoughts and to be miserable human beings that mistreat other people. Except for y'all. Y'all treat each other good, supposedly, but y'all can't stand each other. We know most sisters can't stand each other. Y'all just around each other because y'all do the same things. And I said most. I didn't say all. I said most. All right. So don't hold that against me. And then my brother Caesar's Palace in the building, Ali. Most women agree with bad behavior from other women. This is why we say they stand too close to each other. Most men are only asking for women for better behavior from women in general. Hey, my brother, let me hit this button.
Thank you for the $10, fam. I see you.
They call us gay for being a man, but will support their gay friends. But they'll call us sassy and toxic for wanting them to be a woman, but be around other women who claim they're masculine and they can't rest in their soft girl era because men are feminine. But who's raising the feminine men? We want y'all to be women. Y'all want to emasculate us and want us to be women too. We can't both be women and we both can't be men. Somebody got to be the man and somebody got to be the woman. And I think we reach our super chat goals as well. Y'all, we just need to reach our goals for the show, y'all. All we need is $52 more in the Cash App, y'all. And we reach our goals for the show, y'all. And much love again, my brother Caesar Palace. Let me make sure. Make sure y'all support my brother Caesar Palace, man. All right. Let me see. Okay, let's keep going.
Hunting you, as they like to say, you know. I'm just asking, like,
you gotta throw it out the window at that point.
You know what I'm saying? Like, wouldn't it make them come? And then on top of that, how does a good woman know that this is also a good traditional man just by approaching him? How would she know that?
Well, no, nobody's gonna when you're dating, you don't know who you're meeting. You don't know you gotta vet people, of course. You just don't know. If you see somebody you're attracted to, of course, just like the men gotta see, if they see a beautiful woman and they're attracted to her, you gotta approach her to get to know her. You gotta date, get to know each other, have conversations, see if y'all are compatible. If you are, you can pursue that. If you're not, keep it moving. But so what I'm saying, well, that's why I say traditionalism in a sense has to go out the window, because nobody's moving in that traditional way. And women for sure are not. A lot of them are not, because they're not, it's not like these, like I said, these women are, want to be at home and just be with the kids. No, they want to be outside. They want to live their life and they want to do stuff. They want to be outside. They want to travel. And my thing is,
and then my brother hit us with 52. Caesar's Palace hit us with $52 to help us reach our goal. And then he said, man, hey, Caesar, I'm sending $2 more. Goal met. Much love to you, my brother, Caesar's Palace, to help and assist Ali reach his goals, my brother. And again, as much the reason why we keep supporting y'all, the reason why we keep going, the reason why we shout y'all out, the reason why we make sure y'all involved, the reason why we make sure we get everybody we can their emojis, to make sure we reach out to y'all, make sure if y'all even need help in the back, in the DMs, the people sending videos, like, we're constantly networking with everybody. We constantly building with everybody. We just can't help when relationships go other ways, man. We can't control that. So we try to do our best to even throw all the branches out. We try to do best to rectify things that we do. But again, if y'all watch what we're doing, we do the best that we can to build with the people and support the people, man. And again, much love to you, my brother Caesar's Palace, man. We always love when you come through.
If you got a man, you could travel with your man. That's another thing that just don't set. But I'm saying, look, I don't really care what people do at the end of the day, honest, Jazz. This is just my opinion. I just think if you find the person that's for you, y'all could do this stuff together. That's the beauty of it. That's the beauty of having your person, because y'all could travel, have much as y'all can afford to do it. Have a good time with your man, and y'all could have a good time. I just hate this idea, and this is another thing. I'm going on a tangent, that women or people tend to think that if you're married or if you have a man, that you're bogged down with a man, you can't be yourself, you can't do things, y'all can't have fun, that you got to be single and ready to mingle and have all of these options in order to have fun. That's not true, in my opinion. But if that's your thing, that's your thing. But the thing is, a lot of women or a lot of people that I see, they complain about their choices. If that's your choice and you happy with it, why are you complaining? It's just, I should see more women on these apps talking about how great their life is. And I don't see that. I see a lot of them complaining about their lives, and they're still looking for, searching for something. And so that's what I'm saying. That's why I say, listen, if this is what you really want, if you really want long-term committed relationships, marriage, then this is how I would say you should go about it. Because I personally think you can have it all. You just can't have it all at one time.
That's a good, I agree with that. I mean, if, like I said earlier, if there are women out here constantly complaining about the men that they're picking, then that means their picker is off. Your discernment is off. Like, you have to do some internal work to really figure out why you keep attracting men that you keep complaining about. What environments are you in? What is the archetype of the man that you keep approaching or keep giving energy to? You know, like there's something going on with you at that point. You know, once or twice, okay. But after a while, if you still keep hitting your head on the wall, you can't blame anybody but yourself. And I think both men and women have to face that reality. If there are men out here who constantly complain about women, constantly can't find a good woman, something's going on with your discernment. Something is going on with where you're going, because there are women and men finding and falling in love and getting married every single day. My algorithm literally feeds me positive affirmations on Black love, on Black marriages, on couples starting businesses together. What are you feeding yourself on a daily basis? If you're going into the TikTok rooms of women bashing men, you're going to think, oh, all women hate men. But there are other rooms, and I'm never on TikTok like that. But there are other spaces where you can hear positive things. You can there are some shows of couples that have been married, you know, newlyweds, married, just gotten married, or other couples that have been married over some time, and they sit there and talk about the hard times of their marriage and how they were able to navigate it in a positive way. They're showing you ways to not only get the kind of marriage you want, but how to keep it. Are you engaging in that kind of content? Because it's out there. But if you are constantly consuming negative rhetoric about the opposite sex, that's what your reality is going to be, and you'll become jaded. You know, if you want something better, you have to do the work as well to get that, because it's out there. Like you said, you can have what you want, you can have it all. But if you are leaning into, like, for instance, men can't stand a baby mama, right? But yet it's always a topic of conversation. It's always shame the baby mama. I don't want to date a baby mama. Nobody's putting a gun to y'all head to date single mothers.
But just to push back on that a little bit too, we see this on the flip side too now. So my thing is this: look, women have always been able to speak and give their voice. Women have, there's always been platforms for women to be able to speak on their issues, whether it be with men, no matter what the issues are. Men have somehow just kind of come into this space of being able to have a voice, if you really want to be honest about it. Men have always had to suppress their thoughts or feelings. They couldn't really speak about it because nobody cared. And really, honestly, today, a lot of people don't really care about what men have to say. It's all about the women. Women have that advantage or to be able to speak the way they want to, say what they feel, what they think on many issues, and it's acceptable across the board. But men, even now, you see them women literally saying, take the podcast mics away. We don't want to hear what they got to say, because it's all about what we think. Huh?
I said, women are saying that, but I mean, there are men that are saying take women's rights away. So I feel you, you know, but just because a woman is sharing her expression on how she feels about her male experience is not stopping men from doing anything. I thought men ran society, right?
So that's what I'm saying. So I think that for the women who say that, just don't say it. Let you have the right to say what you want and feel how you feel and have your opinions, and let them have their voice to say what they think, how they feel, and what they will accept, what they won't accept, what they want, what they don't want. But a lot of times I do see them getting shamed for it, and there's shaming to go around.
Who's shaming them?
Well, look, there are women who shame men on a daily basis, who tell them, oh my God, they shame them for not wanting to accept single mothers. Yeah, you're right about they don't want the single mothers. They want to create their own families. They want to raise their own children. But a lot of women, the first thing they say, oh, you must hate your mama. I know you heard that before.
Yeah, no, that's stupid. Yeah, I've definitely heard that. Nobody should be, a man does not have to date a single mother. Like, they're not obligated to do that, and they shouldn't be shamed if that's how they feel. My thing is, if you already know that you don't want to date a single mother, why even bring her up in conversation? She's not on the radar. She's not your type. So why go reach beyond what you really are looking for just to shame somebody that you're not even considering life with? That's where I get confused. Why do you have to bring them up at all? And even with women, why are you constantly bringing up the type of man that you don't want to date, that you don't respect?
So this is Jazz, and giving context, right? Whether you either is disingenuous or you don't acknowledge it. When men are talking about baby mamas or women who engage in 304 behaviors, they're talking about women who still haven't held themselves accountable and responsible for their actions and putting themselves in those positions and continuously to demonstrate those type of behaviors. And they'll go, that's why you're still a baby mama, and that's why you were 304. If a baby mama is even in today's time, I won't even say fully cooperative, but if a baby mama, an OnlyFans woman, and like we say, strippers, all types of women, 304s can still get wives. All the man is stating is his preferences. A woman who complies with a man, cooperates with a man, and still has kids will still be on today's man's radars. Even if men say I prefer a woman with no kids, you could put your chances of getting a man with kids at a high place if you just cooperating with a man. So men are talking about baby mamas and 304s to degrade a woman, diminish a woman's reputation or her identity, is to address the type of women who continuously present those type of behaviors or support those behaviors, and they still haven't learned from what they're doing. That's why she becomes a baby mama of 2, a baby mama of 3, a 2-3 time baby mama, because she still don't hold herself accountable or responsible for her decision making. It's not deliberately just trying to call a woman a baby mama or a 304. It's the women who refuse to hold themselves accountable for their behaviors and still keep those behaviors. That's why men will talk about 304s and baby mamas. Jazz, we got to be honest about it when we process and are breaking down, unless we still don't acknowledge that's what men are talking about, because the baby mama's still getting wife, a woman with 2 or 3 baby daddies still getting wife, 304s are still getting wife, which means that men are still giving grace and understanding to these women. But if we didn't give them understanding, Jazz, a lot of women would have no relationships. Like, men are given grace, men are making exceptions, because if we didn't, we wouldn't have women. That's how bad the market is now. If we actually stood on G code, if we actually only became only committed to virtuous women with no babies, women who never had sex, like, think about what positions we be in. A lot of women would never get a man. But instead of respecting men for giving women grace and giving women understanding, we still shame those men and condemn those men. That's the crazy thing part about it, is that instead of giving the man respect and value for taking you out the streets, you will still disrespect those brothers.
You know what I'm saying? Right. Talk about the women or the men that you actually want to pursue. I just don't. And I think that's where you hear the take the mics away, because it's a constant like shaming tactic. And my thing is, when you say that men didn't have the space or the opportunity to express themselves, did women do that?
I see where you're going with that. I mean, no, I wouldn't say, but it's just more acceptable. You know what I mean? We've watched plenty of shows in the past where it's all about women, and women get to say whatever they feel or think about men, and they create the narrative. So regardless to who created it, it's what it is. Because you can't do anything about that at this point. You can only respond to what it is. So the fact that it is what it is, regardless to who created it. It is what it is. We can't do anything about that. But if women are allowed, and it's something that for sure I think was, you know, set up in that way for women to be able to speak, because it's almost, I guess, as if women were suppressed. I guess that's the whole narrative at some point to where now we have to give them a voice, but take away the voice of the men. Like, we want to hear what women have to say, because women outnumber men. Women are you know, I guess more important. I don't know.
We still don't have any. How is women expressing themselves harming men?
No, I don't think it's
what
harmful.
what laws do women have control over that are really harming men, stopping men from doing what they want, stopping men from getting money, stopping men from having sex, stopping men from having access to women? What we're hearing is, I don't like women talking about me, so I want them to stop. And when I hear, okay, well, there were platforms for women to just express themselves, well, I would say that was probably because the woman's voice was suppressed for so long. But at the same time, there was a conditioning with men that told other men that if they expressed themselves, they would be shamed by other men. Expressing themselves is weak. Expressing themselves makes them less than a man. Being vulnerable, being honest about their feelings and emotions. Men told other men that that is not the right way to be men. So now what do men do? They don't talk. They don't express. They don't say what's on their mind. They're not honest.
Men didn't tell them that, Jazz. Men told them that it's not desirable by women to see a man cry, to see a man weak, to see a man complain. And Jazz, you demonstrate that type of behavior as well too. So does the Dinas in the chats. So does the let me see, what my other sister, I don't want to say the wrong name. The angels in the chats, majority of the women don't like hearing men complain. They call them sassy, they call them gay, and they'll say, who hurt you? They're not trying to hear it. So if one avenue, you saying that men should express themselves and communicate and be emotionally available, but they're condemned by the women, and all men are saying, hey, bruh, don't even waste your time being emotionally expressive. Don't waste your time being open. Don't waste your time being vulnerable, and do the best you can to be a strong man and a productive man in today's society, because women ain't going to give you grace for that. And we do also take into consideration to go, if a woman truly loves you, if a woman truly respects you, that takes time to be in a position where you could be vulnerable with her. So are there women that allow their men to be vulnerable, that allow their men to be emotional, that allow their women to communicate? Of course. But we learned that with time, and a woman earns her keep, and a woman earns her value and respect to show us that she's that type of woman. For the most part, if you cry in front of a woman, if you complain about a woman, if you complain about anything, if you don't have anything, if you broke, if you're broken, if you have nothing, women will shame you, and they'll call you a bum, and they'll call you a brokey. So let's be real about it. Men, when they're weak, are condemned and shamed, and there's labels put on them. When women are weak, when women don't have protection, we see them as being vulnerable. And that those are the type of women that need protection, and women will get love for having nothing. So we got to be honest about the perspective. If you have nothing, somebody will come and support you. If a man has nothing, most of society wants nothing to do with them. So that's the patriarchy we live under. If there's a broke man on the street that's a bum, we gonna step right over him. A sister, if she doesn't have anything, there's men willing to take care of her. There's homeless shelters that you can go in as well too. There's avenues where women can continuously go to, where they're getting help from society, and men and women in general. Where most brothers, if they don't have nothing, if they broken, if they don't have nobody, they ain't got nowhere to turn. So we got to be honest about the avenues we both have on when something is wrong with us. We got to be honest about that, Jazz. You have people you can go to, and people will help you, where a lot of men won't get help when they're weak.
About how they really feel, because other men told them that emasculates them. And so now we're in a space where they want to blame women. Now they want to blame women for not having a voice, when really, baby, the system that men created told y'all you couldn't have a voice, because they told you that your voice was directly connected to how much money you make and how strong you can be and how much you can dominate men. Dominate people and dominate women. So I just think we have to really be honest. And again, I'm sure I'm being attacked right now because I'm not saying, yeah, every woman should be a slave to a man and men need to rule the world and men are better than women. That'll never be my stance, but you have to be honest of how we got here. There's mess on both sides and both sides need a cleanup. But you can't say that it's women's fault that men don't use their voice when men told men that using their voice would emasculate them. And that's just the truth.
Yeah, and I don't think it's women's fault at all. I just think it's just what it is, But then when you do have men who are expressing themselves and saying, having standards and saying what they don't want or don't like, there is a level of shame and criticism to that by Black women. I mean, and that's just a fact. So I just don't, I just think it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be shaming and all of this on neither way, especially amongst us. And these things are not just happening with Black people, but because, we're Black and and I see it happening in our community. It's not happening just in our communities. That's another thing.
Hey, DD, I don't know if you mean from a different perspective, but that part, I disagree with you. We need shame in society. If there isn't shame in society for men and women both being productive and being a quality man and women to each other, and we don't even feel no type of shame, what makes us want to be better people? If I'm not ashamed of my behaviors, if I disrespect people, if I hurt people, if I don't feel like I have to do right by someone, if I don't feel like I have to take care of other people, take care of my family, invest in society, if there's no shame, what makes me want to be a better person towards other people? That's where the constructive criticism comes in. That's where the production comes in from both sides. For men to be qualified and healthy human beings, we have to have a sense of shame because then we do anything. Will we have morality? What's the reference point? What's the foundation that we're going from that demonstrates what type of people we are? If we're not ashamed of the behaviors we demonstrate in any facet, how do we then become good people? If I wouldn't be ashamed if I cheated on my woman, what would make me want to be a monogamous man or a loyal, committed man? If a woman doesn't feel shame when she's trying to get attention from other men, when she already has a man, what would make her want to be a woman that respects herself and her man? We have to have shame on both sides. And you have to be able to feel ashamed. If you value yourself more than other people, you're going to be a prideful human being when it comes to your responsibility on how you should behave and conduct yourself in society. Hold on. Hey, what is this? Hold on. Your mod JAS times me out. Always do the pettiness and jealousy. You need to hey, y'all better not be if you timing out people, you're going to lose your wrench. All right. Unless somebody is saying something that's detrimental to the chat. I don't care if it's even fatty. If you timing out people just to be timing them out because you don't agree with them, you'll lose your wrench. I don't know. I don't see nothing on my side that's showing that JAS is timing out somebody. I don't know. Is JAS timing out people? JAS, you timing out people, man? I hope you're not timing. I don't see nowhere nobody timing out anybody, but and you commenting too. But please don't time out nobody. Okay, we're not censoring nobody. We're not timing out nobody. We're allowing everybody to say how they feel, how they think, and what they believe. So we have the honest conversation. So not saying anybody doing it, unless it's a pastime that you was doing it. Bring the shame MTR bell. What is the shame MTR bell? But again, let's have a conversation. Okay, I dropped the link in case y'all ready to come up and have this conversation as well too. Okay, so I opened the panel. I'm a pin it as well too, but I'm gonna continue to review this, all right, until we get the panel full.
Thing too that I see, it's not just relative to Black people.
Yeah,
a lot of these same things are happening in other groups and cultures as well. But and I think the shame and then the blaming thing, it's just another thing we got to get away from and just really seek out real solutions if we're really trying to build communities and interact with each other in a way that we once we did in the past. So yeah, I just think that takes away from the actual goal that we should be having. And I think I'd love to see more because it seems like it's a major divide, as far as what we're seeing. And I just think that that's important because I have sons, I have daughters, And I want my sons want to be married, my daughters want to be married, and I don't want to, them to struggle with finding appropriate women to marry, or in my daughters finding good men to marry. So this affects all of us in one way. It may not affect.
Yes. And for DD and Jazz, if men aren't being raised to conduct themselves as men that could one day be husbands, if women aren't being raised to conduct themselves in a way where they're becoming wives, and they're not shamed for behaving otherwise, then how are we going to have husbands? How are we going to have wives? How are we going to have good men and women if there's no shame involved and both individuals can do whatever they want to do? We got to be open-minded to that. We have to bring shame back. Shame is in this culture, but a lot of the shame goes towards the men instead of the women, to what women want. Men are shamed 24/7. Don't be broke. You better have a house. You better have a car. You better be tall. You better be in shape. Don't be fat. You better respect the woman. You better take her where she want to go. You better be able to finance a lifestyle. You better be a protector and provider. There's so many things. There's endless. You better be able to be emotionally available, emotionally intelligent. You better know how to talk to her. You better know how to cater to her. You better know how to de-escalate. You better watch how you talk. Like, the man can't even raise his voice. So women can do whatever they want ultimately in relationships, and a real man will know how to control her. A real man will know how to redirect her. A real man will know how to maneuver with that woman. But we don't have no definition on what a real woman is and what her responsibility is. Again, who's the actual slave to the other gender when the man has to take care of society and women, and the woman just has to take care of herself? She ain't even got to make babies no more. She ain't got to have a family. But a man has to work hard to be righteous, God-fearing, and a good man, and a marriageable man. We had a brother, my brother Jonathan, I don't know if he watching, said a man doesn't mature until he proposes to a woman. Hey, it's deep.
Me at this point, but it can definitely affect my children. So I just see such a divide, and I see things that are occurring that are not beneficial to healthy, stable relationships
at all. And I totally agree. Like, the shaming thing, like you said, the conversations need to be more solution based. But when we start having the conversation is, but women do this though, but men do that though. But it's like, okay, can we look within and see how we're contributing to the problem though, and then change that? And also listen to one another. It's too many women listening to other women about what men want, and instead of asking men what they want, and then it's too many men talking to other men about what women want instead of asking and listening to what the women are actually saying. If you really want these stand-up women, approach them and ask them, what type of men do they need? And are you that? Instead of trying to change and shame everybody into what you think everyone should be. And everybody is not made for a traditional.
And it's not true. I don't hear men saying, I'm not going to be a provider. I'm not going to be a good leader. I'm not going to be righteous. I'm not going to take care of the community. I'm not going to take care of my kids. I'm not going to take care of my woman. I hear women say, I ain't going to cook. I ain't going to clean. I ain't your maid. I ain't your slave. I don't need to have kids. I don't need to have a family. I could take care of myself. I could do better all by myself. But then turn right back and call men incels, will degrade man, will disrespect man for not having a woman or not having sex. But then will tell men to practice discipline at the same time. You'll call a man an incel for not getting sex, but then if a man gets sex, you'll say he need to practice discipline. So men are getting shamed all the time. You'll say you want a righteous man, and then you could take care of yourself. All you need is loyalty. You can finance yourself, but then you won't date a man unless he got money. Y'all are living contradictions daily by the rhetoric that y'all are saying. And again, I'm not pointing this out to Jazz. What I'm saying is that men are getting shamed countlessly for whatever they do. Men can't do nothing right, even if they right. And a lot of women can't do nothing wrong when they're wrong. You still a woman no matter what you do. But in order to be considered a man, you have to be what a woman wants you to be. But in order to be considered a woman, you get to do whatever you want to do. You don't have to be what a man wants you to do. A real man, y'all keep will defining to us is what a woman can benefit from, where a real woman is a woman who takes care of her own business. So no, shame does work, and it's been working. That's why so many men have become weak, and that's why so many men are emasculated, and that's why y'all endorse a lot of gay men and men who don't even operate under their own sexuality or don't demonstrate manhood. A lot of women have more and healthier, better relationships with gay men than actual straight men. How does that happen? How many brothers you know hanging out with studs? I'll wait on it. How many brothers in my chat hang out with lesbians and studs? Meanwhile, in order to validate herself and the fact that she could be around men, all women are having all gay best friends or male gay friends. Most men don't have no lesbian friends or no stud friends or hanging out with studs, but women are hanging out with gay men. But then you ain't got no man. So in order to validate yourself and show the world that you can have a healthy relationship with a man, you do it with a gay man. And soon as you get mad with that gay man, you'll tell him exactly what you feel about him, just like you tell your friend how you feel about her when you get mad about her. Y'all will tell the truth when you mad. But when you're in your conscience, it's so much manipulating going all the time. Stop saying you don't manipulate when men are manipulated countlessly and repeatedly to be what women want.
Well, there are plenty of six-figure men out here that love to see his woman being ambitious and on her grind and fulfilling her goals. Not every successful man wants a little docile, meek woman in the house with her head down and just available to cook, clean, and have sex every day. But if that's what you want, go and find a woman that's with that. And my thing is, if men have no issues, because it seems like men feel like that they have no growing or evolving or anything to fix amongst themselves. No, that's how they feel. If that's the case, then why is it enough women willing to be up under you then? If you all are perfect with no flaws, why is it so hard for you to find a woman to get on your program? And that's it. Because if that was really the case, then the data will show. But right now the data is showing women are walking away. There's a male loneliness epidemic, right? Birth rates are down. You know what I mean?
Hey, Jazz, you are contradicting yourself right here. You're saying go find what you want, and you're admitting that women are walking away and the birth rate is down. They don't want to be what men want. This is what I mean. You have to catch yourself. You're saying go find the woman that you want, but you're admitting that women are walking away. They don't want to be a traditional wife. They want to be the woman that you were talking about that mama raised. That mama raised her to get her bag. That mama raised her to go get educated. That mama raised her to take care of herself. Jazz, you have to acknowledge you're right here and then you're contradicting yourself. You're saying you're the problem if you can't find a good woman, but women are walking away. Men are the problem. You can't find a woman to cooperate and submit to you and want to clean and cook, but women are walking away. They don't want to be traditional women. That's a contradiction, Jazz. That's what we're talking about. You will say exactly what we're talking about. You'll acknowledge it. Women need to do what these men want. The women need to do what the man that they're looking for want. But then you acknowledge that these women are walking away. They don't want to be traditional women. They don't want to cook and clean. You say it too. It's labor, but when you do it for yourself, you're an adult. So why is it labor and a slave when you do it for a man, but when you do it for yourself, it's just being an adult. You're strong, independent when you buy it. If you're so strong and independent, why is it so hard to do it when you have a man? You're just adding one more plate. God forbid I got to cook for my kids. I got to labor now. I used to just have to cook for myself. God forbid I may have to cook for my woman. God forbid I got to cook for some other people. That's labor. That's crazy, Jazz. If you love people, it should be something you enjoy to do. You should see it as your purpose. You should see it as just being an adult. You should see it as part of the responsibility you have as being a mother, being a father, being a man, or being a woman. You, in one way, women will say cooking is just a basic need. Everybody should know how to cook. But as soon as someone has to ask you to cook, it's labor. Man.
Is anybody asking the reason why women don't want to have babies with these men anymore? Why women are choosing to not be in relationships
because what their mother taught
you know
them,
what I mean?
Jazz.
Where's the why behind it? Instead it's, because they just want to be a hoe. Oh, they just want to be this.
That's true.
Jazz, some of them do want to be hoes.
They do. They want to be a hoe.
And that's a prerogative, but a lot of women,
they want to be hoes. And
hey, what you doing if you're not with a man? I mean, for real, what you doing if you're not with a man? If you still being sexually satisfied and you ain't got no man, you got a roster, you going year to year to year being satisfied sexually, what are you doing? Like what? Jazz, think, what is it a woman doing? Jazz, what are you doing if you don't have a family? If you're not committed to a man and you're going and you have other men that you're dating, other men you're having sex with, what would you call that? And gotta, man, come on, Jazz. Come on, Jazz.
A lot of them already have kids, so they don't want kids now because they already, some of them, they already got them. They already got 3, 4 baby daddies, child. They want to be outside.
And leave those women alone.
Yeah, they out there too. Right.
Leave them alone. Leave the women that you don't respect or value. Leave them alone. Go and find the woman that would love to love on you. And that's what I'm saying. Y'all are so great, but y'all are having all this trouble because, like you said, D, there are some good women out here. There are some great women out here willing and ready. But for some reason, all these great men, you can't find one. But then when I look around in my world, I see great women finding great men and getting married. Ain't nobody super rich. They're just, doing life together. They found their person and they rocking out. Why does it seem like it's such a hard feat for at least the people on the internet, it seems, and it's unfortunate.
Yeah, I say that too. I see people getting married. Yeah, I see big fat dudes getting married to women and everything.
Right. I see big women getting married all the time. And that's another thing. Like, what do they say? The average weight of a Black woman in America, what is like 150, 175?
No.
Right.
It's about 185 to 200 pounds, Jazz. Hey, Jazz, is that irresponsible of women that 4 out of 5 of our women are either obese and overweight and they're not taking care of themselves for their man? Is that irresponsible? Should they be shamed for not being fit for men when men are shamed to be having to be fit for women? If you want men to be productive, if you want men to have money, if you want men to take care of themselves, shouldn't you take care of yourself for men? And if you don't, shouldn't you be shamed? If men aren't bringing to the table the necessities to have a family, shouldn't they be shamed? Like, what benefits us to have a society of men and women who don't come together? Most of our people ain't marrying. Look at what's happening to our society. And so I would even acknowledge that these are goofy conversations, right? It's intentional, but the fact that we have to have these conversations is goofy. The fact that we have to build husbands and wives and they're not already raised, the fact that we have to convince men and women to come together and have relationships and families and kids is a goofy conversation to have. We spending all this time trying to rectify and resolve things that are greater than us. We can see what happened to us, but we still can't get along with each other or have families or build with each other. We're wasting all our good years where we could be happy and make love and build families, fighting about who's right and who's wrong. But the man's supposed to be the leader. The man's supposed to have authority, but he has no say-so, but supposed to be responsible. He's supposed to take care of everything without no authority. He gets no say-so. But then when everything fails, when the kids can't read, when a woman's a thought, when she's unhappy, when she cheats, it's the man's fault. Everything the man's fault. We're telling you it's your fault because you don't let us lead. You telling us it's our fault when we let you get everything you wanted. This is your world now. It's our fault and you led us this way in the relationship. We're doing everything that you asking. Most men doing what women are asking and the relationship fails. Why don't you own that? That's the thing. Most men are acquiescing and conforming and molding into what the woman want. And when it works, oh, he ain't got no backbone. He just weak. He ain't no real man anyway. But if he got a backbone, if he tells you what he needs, if he has expectation and standard, then he's toxic and controlling.
So it's like, come on now, you can't say that, oh, once you get to a certain weight, she's exiled when that.
And again, I dropped the link. Anybody got pushback? Anybody got a rebuttal? Anybody want to add to the conversation? Anybody got a better take? Anybody that can make us change our minds? Anybody that feels like they have a solution? You can hit the link, but you have to really substantiate how what we saying is wrong, especially when most of these women, when men do for them and the man asks you to do something back, the woman says she's oppressed. She's a maid. She's a slave. But the man has to take care of the family. He has to work. Who's the actual slave to the gender?
The average weight of a Black woman is that. And a lot of those women are.
They need to work on that. I'm just saying, Jazz.
Oh, now, work on your health. I'm just saying, like,
baby, them big ass women be out here, girl. No.
No, definitely work on your health. I'm definitely all for that. But I'm just saying, like, the average woman, the average man who's short and overweight, they are finding love, good love. So it's just like, what's going on with all these perfect men with six packs? What's going on?
The cap.
You know, somebody has said, 600-pound life, they be married.
Always with a man. Always with a man. But that's because men, there's something convenient about that relationship for them. Something about that 600-pound woman is benefiting him.
Girl, she get a check. She get a check.
Exactly.
So, Jazz, really, Jazz, the 600-pound women all got relationships, Jazz? Come on, Jazz.
Exactly.
He be there eating good.
Exactly. Eating good, feeling good, and using her. You know what I'm saying? But it is what it is. It is what it is. All I'm saying, if you're a great man out there, there is a great woman out there ready for you. Put yourself out there. Put yourself in environments where you feel like there are several other good women in the space that you value and respect. If you are constantly surrounding yourself with women that you don't like or respect, they're at the bars, they're twerking, they're half naked. Maybe go to some more elevated spaces with women who aren't engaging in that type of lifestyle. You can do it. I believe in you, man. I believe that once you start, putting yourself in the right environments, because you are so perfect.
You know what would be genuine and you being intentional and fair? Especially if we have feministic ideals and equality, we want people to be equal. Jazz, you should tell women to get in shape. Stop being fat. Ladies, y'all need to get in shape. Y'all want these men to be in shape. Y'all want these men to be better men. You need to get get that fat under control. Stop asking men to do for you. Stop asking the men to love on all that fat. You need to get yourself in shape. Get yourself in shape. If you're trying to be fair, you should be telling these women they too fat. Then they get it together. That's being fair. If you truly believe men and women are equal and that we should treat each other with the same respect and value, hey, ladies, y'all too fat. If these men need to get it together, if these men need to treat you better, if these men need to take care of themselves, you need to get in shape. You need to go get on the treadmill. You need to give up them pork skins. You need to stop drinking all that wine. And if you're going to drink that wine, go get your behind in the gym. But you won't say that. So it's not consistent and fair, because what's fair is if the brothers ain't taking care of their kids, we'll tell men to go take care of their kids. We don't want to be around men who don't take care of their kids. We don't want to be around men who not respecting women. We don't want to be around men who are actually putting their hands on women. We want men and women to get along and love each other, but we want the men and women to hold themselves accountable.
You will find your match. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that, D? What's wrong with that?
I mean, look, it is.
Everything can't be a woman's fault if men are the leader.
I don't think it's all the woman's fault. I just see a lot of delusional people.
My brother Leslie K says, for the call Jazz to the front of the congregation panel fund. I didn't even start that fund. Leslie K, you funny.
I'll say that. And a lot of them are women. I'll say that.
Hold on, man. I got to make sure I hit y'all with the button.
Hey, thank you for $5. We gonna keep marching.
Matter of fact, Jazz, show me a video. I dare you to bring a video that's consistent with this video that you have multiple men say they don't like women like that.
Always remember, men deserve nothing and women don't owe men anything. I could never get married because I can't imagine having a bad day and then having to go home to a man.
When women say, I hate all men, I don't ever correct her.
I don't know what it is about men, but I don't like them. I really don't like them.
When y'all be in my comments saying, you don't like men, no, I don't. And if you find yourself liking a man, You need to fill in that space. Go back to school or start a business.
I am a perspective person and I put my feet in other people's shoes. I understand where they're coming from. Have I felt like that at a point in my life? Yes. They're not just saying that for decoration.
I don't think a lot of people know this word exists. Misandry is hatred of.
Y'all seen a video like that? Show me the video where the men are saying that they don't like men in this facet. Show me that. Come on.
I just see it. I see it in real life and on social media, and I know some of them. So, you know, maybe that's my little, what y'all call it, anecdotal, you know, situation. But yeah, I just think, you know, I think in order to get it right, both sides have to understand what's important. That's it. It ain't that hard. It ain't rocket science. You know, if you, you know, the expectations for what some people are looking for is just unrealistic to me. And then I think some women, I'm gonna say some, want Superman. They want Superman who gonna, you know, be this magic ninja who gonna get in the world and more. You know what I'm saying? If that's what you want, that's what you want. That's fine, but they're not fine.
Hey, Jazz. Jazz, most of the men don't aspire to be Myron Gaines. That's the part that's disingenuous. Myron Gaines says a lot of disgusting, disturbing, and degrading things, and he has a self-identity crisis. Most of us don't support who Myron Gaines is. There are things that he says that people may support. We don't support Myron Gaines and as a whole. That's like white people keep telling us about Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton when most black people didn't support those two people. And you know that. You got to be genuine. Be genuine. Most people don't support Myron Gaines. But there are things that he says that is beneficial, that's insightful, and that's true. There's things that a lot of content creators that say that's insightful and true. Doesn't mean you rock with that person, agree with that person. I'm sure y'all follow content of women like the Yannis, like the Cynthia G's, like the Queen Makers, things that they say, but hopefully you don't actually believe in those women or aspire to be those women. So again, matter of fact, let me do a poll. How many men aspire to be Myron Gaines? Come on, you got to be a Jazz. You got to be, when you create the narrative, Jazz, you got to be honest about the narrative that you're creating. So I'm going to do a poll. All right, let's end this poll. Would you be fine with the woman asking you out and take her out seriously? Jazz, you said men wouldn't. 86% of men said yes. Ali would be fine. If my lady, I started back over again and she approached me and said she was interested in me and would like for me to take her on a date or would like to take me on a date, I'm going. Most men are going. Not only that, y'all will complain about catcalling. Men would love women to catcall. Men would be smiling, laughing. It would make a man's day for women to catcall. Damn, you fine. Oh, look at that man walking down the street. How many men would be y'all brothers? How many of y'all would complain if a woman was catcalling you while you walking down the street? Or is it dog calling? There's cat calling for them. What's it, dog calling for us or man calling? How many men would be upset with women saying how fine you are? Look at your body. Oh, you look good. Oh, you so sexy while you walking down the street. So let's see who. Let me see. Start a poll. We would be shocked. A man would be like, oh my God, it would make a man day. How many men? No. Do you respect Myron Gaines as a person? And men only, please. Men only, please. And I'll correct myself. If most of my chat want to respect Myron Gaines as a man, respect him more as a man, then I correct myself. But I don't think most men want to be like Myron Gaines or respect Myron Gaines. I used to watch Fresh and Fit Jazz when he started doing a lot of that disgusting, despicable stuff with the sisters and with the how he was conducting themselves. He'll let the man come on the show and call the women, say the word nigga or igger, whatever. I said the wrong word. No, I stopped watching. I don't really watch it anymore. I haven't watched Fresh and Fit I don't know in how long, but I lost respect for the show once I saw how he was conducting himself. But I still believe in the information and context that they give about how men and women behave. But I also, so I don't know if y'all watched that documentary on Netflix, but it shows the things that he's saying in public is not the same as what's happening in private. His woman seemed like she don't support his lifestyle. She don't actually support him wanting to deal with multiple women, and she's against what he's doing as well too. And she said he's not the same person in public that he is in private. So she kind of exposed him as well too. But there's a dude trying to expose the manosphere or the red pill space, trying to make men look bad, trying to make what men are going through toxic, or how they convey themselves as being toxic. But it's almost like white society at a certain time trying to condemn all black men for black men responding to how white people are treating them. Instead of acknowledging what the men are talking about and how most women are treating them, they're trying to put Myron Gaines, Andrew Tate, all these other type of men in the same box and saying this is how men are. And it's very, very misleading, and it's irresponsible to make men seem like that when most men are just asking for reciprocation. Most men are asking for love. Most men are asking to be valued, and most men are asking for their ladies just to be women. Let's see what the polls say. Lord have mercy. Let me pray. No. Do you respect Myron Gaines as a person and man? Men only. 28% say yes, 72% say no, Jazz. So on my show, most men don't respect Myron Gaines as a man either.
Finding it, and they don't want to settle. And I think there are some good men out here too.
Yeah,
who just can't find good women. And a lot of these men, to be fair, don't want, just a woman without a brain. I don't think a lot of, I get what you're saying, because listen, I see being in this space, and
Passport, I disagree. Myron is stupid. Like when it comes to the way he tries to make black women look, he can, again, a lot of ratchet behavior we see, we can say most of the time is black women, but most black women don't act like that. Most black women may carry the feministic ideals that white women carry, that the women in America and the Western side of the world carry. Most black women ain't ratchet. They don't conduct themselves in a ratchet way. He's extremely disrespectful and goofy when it comes to that. And I'm not saying he's not knowledgeable. That's why I tell y'all I'm not extreme. There's people in our spaces who's knowledgeable, who's talented, who have the it factor, who have charisma, who have personality, but they live in contradictions. They're liars. They're clout chasers. They're not who they claim to be. So just like these people, and they're disrespectful people as well too, in private and in public, or some people hide who they are in private and make you think there's somebody else in public. And then when you expose it, they try to make you look a certain type of way. But for the most part, most black women carry themselves in a good way, in an honorable way, in a classy way in public. I don't see black women being trashy in public, most women. When it comes to relationships, that's why I see black women struggling and carrying that feministic ideal that destroys their relationships with men. What's going on, my brother AJ, man? What's the word, my brother?
Salute to Ilkhan and the ladies on the family. Shout out to you guys. I just wanted to chime in on this whole manosphere thing. I think this was called out a few years ago by a few of the OGs that actually dissociated themselves. I don't really want to name drop, but just a few. O'Shea Jackson, MTR, all sorts of other people slowly distanced themselves a few years ago because they called this. They said it was going to go mainstream. They said it was going to get misinterpreted. They said it was all sorts of things that's happening now was going to happen. This was at least 2-3 years before everything happened. And in terms of just red pilling and manosphere in general, there's been a misconception. Somebody like Myron Gaines, I don't think is a proper representation of what the actual idea of what the black manosphere was at the time, and where it got to the point where people use these mainstream voices currently to say that's the manosphere in general, which I think is wrong. Henceforth, what this Netflix documentary is. And to add to your point also in terms of the relationships with our black women, I don't think every single black person on the planet would choose anybody else other than their own. The problem is we can't agree. We tend to disagree on the smallest of things, like where does the toothpaste come out? Things like that. Our tone of voice when we want to correct our women. Do you get what I'm saying?
Of course, I already know
Our
what you're talking about.
attitude, the fact that we put, you know what I mean? Like all of those small things become big things within the relationship. And I think what happens is we tend to not listen to each other. We tend to talk at each other instead of talk to each other. And when two people are talking at each other, you're not going to be heard at all, especially in our community is what I want that. You know what I mean?
I agree with you.
So
And that's most of the issues with our relationships is a woman is comparing herself to social media, what her sister may be going through, what her best friend may be going through, what her mama was going through.
Yes.
And instead of working on the relationship she has and valuing the person that's in front of her that typically values her, she allowed the women, the society to put stuff in her ears on what she should expect in a relationship instead of giving this man what he needs while he's giving her what she needs. That's majority of the issue of our relationships. But for the most part, the way we conduct ourselves with each other is respectful. The media, the news, these outlets, social media try to perpetuate black men and black women in a negative light when it comes to how we conduct ourselves
in a negative light, exactly.
in the public spectrum socially. But most of us conduct ourselves in a very respectful and classy manner. So it's disingenuous. And if you're going to talk about black and women in their relationships, then you have to go to the root of the issue is learning it from this society. When we were in a different society, whether we talk about indigenous, whether we talk about Egypt, whether we talk about Africa, whether we talk about Caribbeans, whatever you want to talk about, most black people are extremely conservative people. They're very respectful people and they're loving people. And as have black people being over here as well too. It's since the 70s, since the feminism, since the sexual liberation, since the Western philosophy got into a lot of our women's head, how our women are conducting themselves the way they do in relationships,
Well, just to add to that, there was a campaign, the whole "Women Need You." Do you remember that? Do you remember that? That whole with the strong arm, and they've been doing this for a long time. There was a campaign to separate. There was a campaign to separate women from us with the whole "We need you" with the woman. She's standing there with the strong arm and things like that. So it was all the way back then from the 70s. That was actually when we was our most cooperative, just in terms of fighting for rights, not just where you guys are, but just I would say globally in general, black people just in general, because obviously it's coming out of such a horrible period in history, and we understood back then we all we have. So obviously the powers that be, like you were saying, highlighting, they knew that and they had to break that up. So I believe all of this starts from the black family, and the images that were put out, the fact that we don't really see. You go to TV shows, music, wherever you want to go to. You don't see that highlighted the way it was back in the day.
And if you just go, if you go like to the core and the root of the issue that we talk about, if you tell a man to practice dick discipline, but you're not telling women to practice pussy discipline, who's actually creating who's creating single mother households? If you're having sex before you're married, you're putting yourself in chances of having babies. And that's what exactly happens when you have sex is a baby comes out because you chose to have sex before you become a wife because you want to do what you want to do. Soon as the baby comes out, soon as you actually have feelings for this man, now you try to do it in reverse. You had the sex, the baby, and now you're demanding the marriage instead of having marriage, sex, and then the baby, and all of it is solidified. So you can't blame a man for coming inside you, literally, then blame a man for coming inside you, literally, and having a baby and blame it on him when you're the gatekeeper of all of it. If you want single parent households to end and you want marriages to go up, then we have to teach our daughters, we have to teach the future women to go away from feminism and liberation and want to have coverage from a man by valuing herself and giving a man what he needs and desires to be a wife. And then you have sex, then you have baby, then you have marriage, then you have sex, then you have a baby. Is that simple? Is that simple?
Yeah, it's fair. That's fair. But every time we bring this up, we get labeled as controller. There's all of these labels that get put on us for some reason, and I just don't think it's fair, especially in a mainstream space, no matter what platform it is. So I just wanted to come up and give my 2 cents, but I don't want to stop the show.
Yeah, of course. You're not stopping the show, but it ain't for no reason. It's to deflect the accountability and responsibility for what they do with their bodies. You can't say that women should have autonomy over their bodies. You can't say it's my body, my choice, and then not be responsible over what you're doing with your body. If women want to be wives, they're going to be a wife. If you want to be a 304, you're going to be a 304. That's for you to determine. I can't make you a 304. And I can't make you a wife. And I mean, prior to putting a ring on your finger, you dictate and determine what kind of psychology, what kind of woman you want to be in order to be a wife or in order to be a 304. And if most of what you're doing is for yourself and it's in self-preservation, you're going to ultimately engage in 304 behavior. It's going to be engaging in 304 behavior. You know, the wife mentality is going to care about what a man needs, what a man wants, what she has to do to ensure that a relationship can be fruitful or can be created from their interaction. She don't want to waste her time and energy, but she don't want to waste your time and energy as well too. And she puts herself in a position where she redirects you and can correct you if you're not standing on manhood as well too.
Absolutely. They're going to be the first point of contact to hold us accountable for sure. I agree.
That's what a woman, and that should be when the woman say they ish test, that should be the ish test. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Are you keeping your word? Are you taking care of your family? Are you taking care of your wife? Are you investing in society? Are you making it be a better nation? You know, I would say a man is weak if the women are pushing us to make a better world, and we're not working to make it a better world, and we're not challenging.
And we're not doing it. Right. Exactly.
The men in power. We're not. Look, if your woman wants you to eat healthy, if your woman wants you to challenge the status quo of the world and how the world is maneuvering, if your world wants you to tackle poverty, if your woman wants you to tackle the issues that's going on in society, that's a good woman. That should be the ish test.
Absolutely.
That's what she should challenge you on. Not a you ain't bought what I wanted yet. You ain't taking me shopping.
Right.
you ain't grow as a man. You ain't become more ambitious. You don't have $200,000.
Oh my God.
You know, you trying to improve your man, improve yourself. You're not improving him to actually improve society. You know, what you think, Tia? What's going on, Tia?
Hey, how y'all doing?
What's going on? How thing going your way?
Got in from training my clients.
Oh, you training too?
I'm a personal trainer.
Dang, boy, everybody's starting to train. I might need to start being a personal trainer as well too.
I've been doing it for a while.
Hey.
How long you been doing personal training?
Since I want to say like a year before the pandemic.
Okay. So you starting up before the pandemic. Did your business go up? Did you start doing virtually when the pandemic happened?
No, nobody had money. Like nobody was really.
Dang.
I had literally just finished getting my business off the ground. I was starting my athletic clothing line during the same time. So yeah.
Right. But what you think if women are promoted to take care of themselves, Tia, why should a man take care of a woman to take care of herself? If that's what they're working on doing as being modern women, the modern women, that's what modern women are doing. Hey, I want to be able to take care of myself. I want to be able to work. I want to be able to get my own bag. I want to be able to get my own place so that I don't have to negotiate with you to get what I want. You're going to take care of me while I take care of myself. That's the modern woman.
That makes no sense. So they working to take
care of themselves.
You don't see that?
They working to take care of themselves and they want the man to take care of them?
Yeah, that's not most of what you see. That's not most of what you see. Do you see women coming around here having congregations sitting down and go, "Hey, Tia, we got to get ourselves in shape. We got to start cooking for our families. We got to start listening to our man and trusting our man and loving our man." Do you see women coming to the table having them type of conversations?
No.
How many shows or panels do you see women actually sitting around and saying, "Hey, what can we do better to make our men's lives easier and go back to being women again?"
I don't. I see a lot of male bashing.
That's what I'm saying.
I see a lot.
See, on top of that, the saying is wrong. The saying is wrong. Our money is my money, and my money is my money.
Yeah.
That's it right there. That's it right there. That's the saying. Like that's not gonna get us nowhere.
You're not like that too.
That's what we're saying.
I can't be around women like that.
No, I'm saying like, would you if you were a man? Does he have to finance everything?
No, I've said that on several panels. Like I'm willing to help out.
You wouldn't lose respect for him?
No, why?
Because that's what a lot of women, if you go 50, a lot of women, if you go 50-50, or she has to spend any type of money, she will lose respect for the man and resent the man. She'll feel like she equal to you.
I don't feel that, because what were you doing before the man came in?
That's what I know.
Like you was paying everything already, so why not go half?
You don't got friends that think like that?
I don't have those friends anymore.
Damn. How many friends you got?
I don't have any friends.
Dang. It's getting that bad?
You can't not have any friends. I don't believe that. You don't got nobody.
I'm dead ass. I don't have any. Like the last few that I was hanging on to, because I didn't agree with their societal norms to them. Like we clashed a lot. And you know, I'm not a yes woman. Like I'm gonna tell you when you're wrong. I'm gonna tell you, hey, like if you ain't happy, leave. Like you effing around. I didn't hear you.
You tell who if they're not happy, leave.
If you're not happy, leave. Why go cheat? You're just gonna complain, but because he's paying everything.
No, but why? See, that's what women tell women. That's not good advice.
But she's cheating.
Tia, you said if you're not happy, leave. You didn't say cheat yet.
I was getting there. I was getting there.
But most women tell women if they're not happy, leave.
Well, she was all if
no, but what advice? No, think about that. If it's crazy that you, Tia. That's what most women. That's all a man.
That's what we saying, T.
Like it's crazy. That's all advice. You should be telling. And you know what? And not saying that's your intent, but it's like women are already conditioned to not push back on women because they know once they push back on their friend, they're gonna lose a friendship anyway. The woman going to attack you. You know for a fact if you push back and start going back towards what your woman is saying, mama is saying, it's gonna be a big argument to the point y'all might not talk anymore. Where so if AJ came to me and he said, "Yo, man, I'm about to cheat on my woman," I said, "Why? Why you about to cheat on your woman?" Cause man, I can. You know, she do right by me. She take care of me, but I can. So yo, that's weak.
I know me and Ollie going at it right there.
We going at it
right there. That's gonna be
like if you're not taking care of your woman, you about to disrespect your woman for take care of you. We don't even have to have friendship. Women will go, girl, if you're not like she'll go, I like him, but if you're not happy, just leave.
Well, I didn't get into detail. So I can't get into detail about this one particular female. And you know, she was always complaining. On the outside looking in, he seemed like he take care of everything. He take care of her. He took her in and her kids. And she didn't have no kids with him. He had a daughter, you know, living with him or whatever. And she moved in. So with her moving in and her kids moving in, her kids took over his daughter's room. So it kind of pushed them out. So, but she's always complaining. And I'm like, why don't you, why don't you change? Why don't you do this? Why don't you do this? But it's like, you always complaining and nagging. I'm like, don't nobody want to come home to that. Like, I don't want to hear, I don't want to be on the opposite end of the phone.
I'm not disagreeing with you, but you don't want to hear, Tia, what you're telling me is what most women don't want to hear. Most women don't want to hear nobody else's problems. They don't want to hear their girlfriend's problems. They don't want to hear their friends' problems. Old school women used to sit the woman at the table and go, let's talk. Grandma would say, let's talk. Mama would say, let's talk. Auntie would say, let's talk. Hey, is that a good man? Hey, you slipping up. There's a lot of women that would die to be with this man. You need to get it together. She would shame you. Today's women don't want to hear about nobody's problems. They just want to, typically, it's just, I just want to keep the friend that I got. You're already the woman that enables me. You're already the woman I rock out with because we do the same things. Like, I don't want to hear your problems.
Well, you can only say so much. Like, I listen to the problems. I definitely tell my so-called friends where they're lacking. Because I had one friend prior to this one where I was telling her she was wrong. We got into it. Big time. Big time. She was another nagger. And I'm like, if this man if he's cleaning, if he's taking care of another one whose child was not his, he took on that child as his own. And it's like, all you seem to do is just complain. Like, she was like, well, I'm taking my frustrations out on him because what her father did to you. This man has passed away. This man has passed away, and you taking your anger out on this man who's doing everything for you and your child that's not his. I was like, well, why don't you go, to therapy? Why don't you go talk to such and such? But it's like it was a deeper rooted issue. She had issues with her mom. She had issues with her mother had issues with her mother. So it was like, it's like I seen the pattern trickle. I seen the pattern trickle, and I'm like, you need to respect that man. You need to talk to him better. You shouldn't, like, the moment he walked through the door, you shouldn't be nagging. You instantly jumping down his throat. I'm like, I wouldn't want to come home to that. But like I said, I can say all I can, and I will listen. I have been to listening ear because I know it sometimes you just want to vent. You probably just hurt, but I will tell them, stop cheating. Stop using me as an scapegoat, because I don't want your man thinking that I'm condoning this. Because I had one point I had got in the middle with I'm like, no, that wasn't me. In a way, I'm telling him, but I'm also trying to show face for my friend. But I'm like, yeah, that wasn't me. Like, no, that wasn't me on the phone. Oh, what date that? No, that wasn't me. But she'll be out with some other guy. She will have other guys over their house. I'm like, that's so disrespectful. If you're going to do what you're going to do it. But one thing you don't do is bring another person in your home so they can come back to your house and blow your ish up.
Okay, let me ask you this. Hey, shout out to my brother, 30K, for 5 more gifted memberships, man. Much love to you, my brother. You already know I truly appreciate it.
I can't. You're muted.
Should you need a man?
Ollie, you're muted, bro.
Yeah. I didn't. Could you repeat that? I didn't hear what you said.
Okay, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Mm-hmm.
Should women need a man?
Should women need a man?
Yes.
Yes, I need one.
Okay, you need one too?
I need a man.
Are you working to get one?
I'm working on myself. No.
Oh my!
I come up with excuses.
Oh my God!
I'll be honest. I do come up with excuses as to why.
Dude.
I come up with excuses. I feel a lot of my time doing other stuff versus trying to get a man. Honestly,
you're filling your time with everything else but getting a man, right? So what would make a man? Yeah. Okay, Tia, listen what you're saying. You said
I know.
No, Tia. We doing this again?
Nah, see, you gonna hold this. You gonna hold this one. You gonna hold it now. Get it.
You said you need a man, right?
I know.
But you're doing everything but to get a man. And if a man saw you being that busy with everything else, what would make him want to be with you?
He's not.
Hey.
I know. It doesn't make any sense. I know. Dude. I know this. I know.
Oh my God.
And now this is what I say. Hey, Tia, did I say that?
No.
Jazz, why y'all do that all? What Jazz and what a lot of the women
oh my God, Jazz, man. Jazz missed the whole everything that we said.
I'll say you need a man, and you'll take what I say out of context to rebuttal something I didn't say to make it seem like I said something bad and you said something good. This is how the women hurt each other, Jazz. You say things to take away from what I'm saying. Where you said I guess you don't think we need each other. Well, I'm saying if we need each other, she needs a man. I didn't say to make her the center of her life, but if we have more conversations and in-depth conversations, should he be the center of your life?
Yeah.
He should at least be a focal point in the life. He should be the focal point right there.
Do you think? So think about this. If I want to make you the center of my life, a man has to go work for you and to take care of you, right? So he has to make his purpose and what he's doing his focal point, because I have to take care of you. Where if when I'm taking care of you, go, hey babe, I don't want to work no more. All right, you ain't got to work. And that's how women are taking advantage of their man now, because the more money he makes, the less she feels like she has to do.
Yeah.
Now that he makes more money, we can go get a maid. You ain't got to cook.
Oh, I love to cook.
We can go eat out.
Beautiful.
I mean, you ain't got to clean. You ain't got to cook. I'm taking everything. Somehow you still overwhelmed and overstimulated as well too. I don't understand how the more a man take care of, the more the man takes care of things, the more a woman gets tired, and the less she feels like she needs to do
an excuse. That's all it is. She's just looking for an excuse. Like somebody said a few days.
No, don't run, Tia. But Tia, why you doing that?
I was agreeing.
No. Why are you in one hand saying I need a man, but your actions are demonstrating something else?
Maybe you can tell me, because honestly, I don't know.
You don't want one?
I do, but
no, you don't. You don't. Okay, you know what? If you want one, you don't want to do what it takes to get one. So if I want to be in the NBA and I'm capable of getting an NBA, I don't want to work on my left hand. I don't want to work on my spin move. I don't want to take 200 shots a day. It's uncomfortable and it's an inconvenience. And more than that, I may be scared of not able to be able to get into the NBA. You're not willing to risk in case you lose, possibly.
You are right. I am scared.
But you'll risk more not trying.
It's a comfort thing. It's like I'm comfortable and I'm not comfortable. Yes, AJ.
See, this is the thing. Like, we what we do is we do a good job of saying all the right things, but what my brother Ali is highlighting is that there's an action that has to come behind that. T. So we understand that obviously as adults we have to do things to survive and try to your business and all that. But what you're not understanding is you guys' superpower is the submission part of it, right? If you was to come to a man in your life and say, this is what I've been working on, this is what I've been doing, and you sat down and said, babe, what do you think? I don't think you understand how much more help you would get if you was just to submit and go, babe, this is what I've been doing, this is how I've been handling things. What do you think? The support that you would get from a man would take what you're doing and actually make things easier. That's the thing. That's what you lot are missing. This whole thing of, if you was to just go, babe, check me out. This is what I've been doing right here. What do you think? Just that question right there.
I don't have
I'm telling you, things would get way. You say what?
I don't have a babe, so who do I go to for that?
Okay, before that, because we saying you gotta do the work. You can't even get over the fact that asking, taking a chance, because Ali's saying you gotta take that chance to change how you're actually doing things, because you know what to do, but what you're actually doing is conflicting what you're saying. Does that make sense? Because in one hand you're saying you need a guy, but you're acting as if you don't need him. You see what I'm saying?
So
if you was to just submit, go ahead.
No, you finish, and I'll ask my question.
If you was to just submit, because you got, first of all, you have to understand that the idea of a man in a woman's life, we feel our most best when we know we're valued by you lot. That's what you don't even understand. If we know that you value us, we'll go 10 times harder every single time. If we know that you value what we are to you lot 10 times, we'll even go extra and do more. Only am I lying? Am I lying, Oli?
No, and that's what I'm saying. The more vulnerable you are, the more open you are, the more you need us, the more you want a man to need you. Why do I want a woman who says she's strong and independent, don't need nobody? I don't need nobody for nothing. Why do I want to be in your life? Like, that's what happens to a lot of women.
You see what I'm saying?
When Jazz say women are walking away and they want to take care of themselves, why should I want you? And then what Jazz will say, and I love her though, because I'm trying to do better, to know that everything I'm doing is good faith and intentional, and still trying to support the people, even if we have a disagreement, even my sisters and brothers. If you tell me you walking away from me and you don't need me, why should I need you? And then your response is, you ain't got, go find somebody else. You don't need me. That's most sisters. If I'm not what you need, if I'm not what you're looking for, when it comes to just the core necessities of what I'm looking for, then why should I come after you? And that's most women. The women who are presenting themselves as caring, as wanting to do the things that the men want, or already coming to the table with what men need because they're doing the research or taking the time, or they're raised that way in modern society. those are the women that get men to be with them and men to take care of them.
See, what was your question?
So, what is it that you would say I should do? And this is just me asking for advice. Since I say I submerge myself, I make sure I'm busy. I'm always training. I focus on my business. If I'm not doing that, I'm on set auditioning for a show or a TV. I have my kids. I do hair. I make wigs. So it's like, I don't know. Like
the first thing you have to do is you have to make time and put yourself in an environment where you can even be spoken to. It sounds like you've taken your time and you've used it to do everything else but free up your time for somebody that wants to talk to you. I'm sorry, T, but you can't convince me that there isn't people that want to holler at you and you just ain't hollering at them.
All the time.
So this is what we're saying. You have to free up the time, first of all, right, to receive somebody else. It sounds like you haven't made the time to do that because you're so caught up in everything else. You see what I'm saying? So people are hollering at you, but you can't see that because you got this, that. So the first step is you have to free up the time first. That's just the first step. The second step would be to free up your mind to the concept of somebody else can come in and have an input on what you're doing and actually want someone to have an input on what you're doing and actually help you do more because you can't do everything by yourself.
Hold on.
That's exhausting. You ain't
Leslie. Hey, hold on. Leslie K. What you sent Jazz $50? She's supposed to come up here or something. My brother, I am Bluezilla with the $5 super chat. Ali is a sniper on these topics, never taking his eye off the target. Much love to you.
Hey, thank you for $5. We gonna keep marching.
What y'all talk? I don't know what y'all do. Are you paying Jazz to come up here or something like that? Jazz asked for money to come up here.
Passport Tia needs to allow a man to romance.
No,
her.
so Tia. Sometimes when that kind of question is asked, right? And my favorite word is disingenuous, right?
Yes.
It's like you're not taking the time out to actually find out for yourself. And this is why I say this: if you want to learn martial arts, what do?
I go to class, which I have in a couple of hours.
Because you want to be a martial
That's my
artist.
me time.
You know, look, it's about you.
Yeah.
What energy or effort are you putting in to have a man? What energy, what space in your life are you making for a man? Everything you making space for in your life right now is for you. Everything's for you.
Yes.
So why would it? And nobody want to. So you're almost moving. You're moving like what a man's supposed to move like. He's making space in his life to take care of himself until he meets a woman that shows that he can take care of her and she's invested in him and wants to do the things that he needs or requires from her. And then he makes space for her. He makes more time for her. And what happens ultimately in today's relationships is the man makes time and he start, when women go, I lost myself. I gotta go. When they get a man, it's typically who she was before she had a responsibility. When men say they lost themselves, they made time for their women. They gave their money to their women because that's why they're making money. And she took all of it and left them with nothing.
Yeah.
And then he lost her.
Like we were
he
saying,
lost his purpose, and he ultimately lost himself.
Yeah. See, people are holding at you, and you haven't made time to let those people in.
No, hold on, AJ, hold on. Let's not move. So what I'm trying, Tia, when a man loses his woman, he'll say he lost himself. When a woman loses her freedom and what she was doing before her man, she'll say she lost herself. It ain't because she lost her man. She'll never say she lost herself because she got a man. Excuse me, because she lost her man. She'll say she lost herself because when she gets a man. Just think about that.
Yeah, I can't.
Think about it. You get in a relationship and you start having responsibilities, and it inconvenience it. No, I'm saying for most women, and you just said it now. It would inconvenience right now. If you had to change anything up in your life, it would inconvenience you.
I mean,
you say you're comfortable. No, look over here. Don't look over there. I don't know who over there.
My son. My son. Sorry.
You know what I mean. I'm being funny, but you said you're comfortable.
I'm comfortable and not comfortable.
Oh Lord, Tia.
Oh my God.
Okay,
Tia.
I would stop.
Oh my God.
I would stop. I promise.
You didn't say you were uncomfortable. You said that was comfortable, which means
that's what I'm comfortable
which means
with the way it
if
is.
you have to change something about what you're doing right now, it would cause discomfort.
Yeah.
And what you would do if it causes discomfort, you would apply that to whatever's causing the discomfort or taking you away from what was making you comfortable. A lot of women have been too comfortable taking care of themselves and being alone and not having to do something for nobody else.
I'm not taking care of.
No. You know what I'm talking about.
Don't do that.
Don't pull, Jazz. I'm not talking about your kid. I'm not talking about
you, T.
But I'm not like I do have a responsibility. I have a household. I have kids.
You deflecting. I'm not talking about that. You deflected so bad. You go to modeling. You go to martial arts. You training people. All this stuff that you're doing outside of what your career is taken away from a man.
Not only that, T, like I was saying earlier, what do you think a guy gonna do if you see you got all of that stuff?
See?
You don't think he helping?
Somebody said being single is lit. No, I don't like being by myself. Shit, I
See,
out on dates.
If you got a guy and he see you dealing with all of this stuff, you think he's just gonna sit on his hands?
No, because I get it. Like if I do, so I go out to like networking events, stuff that benefits me. Scratch that. So I meet people while I'm out at events, and they're like, "Oh, Dad, you do all of this. When you gonna have time for me?" And they be like, they laugh it off. But
Can I tell you a secret? Can I tell you a secret? Where women, an elephant in the room, where women be lying, but they really like the positions. You know how women talk when women talk about being side chicks.
Mm-hmm.
It's the easiest position to be as a woman now.
Thank you.
You can get sex, you can get money, you can get time and energy from a man.
Everything.
You ain't gotta do nothing.
Nothing for them.
That's why women will blame men for being side chicks, but they love to be side chicks. It comes with no responsibility. But in order to take away from what they're doing, they have to make the man look bad for it. Just like they'll go, men don't want to get married. No, you chose to be a thought. You chose to be feminist. You chose to be sexually liberated. You chose to put the cow or put the cow before or excuse me, your thoughtism before the marriage. You put yourself in this type of position. So it wasn't the man who made you want to stop getting married. You chose not to get married so you can take care of yourself. But every time a woman fails, every time the lights ain't paid, every time there's not food on the table, every time we all fail, break, it's the man's fault.
See, you have to do the work. If you're that organized where you can organize karate class and gym and teaching other people and all of this stuff, obviously the baby's mandatory. You can make time for a guy. But like you said, you're comfortable. It's an uncomfortable feeling for somebody else to come in.
Uncomfortable.
Right? But that's the problem. I think it's more uncomfortable to do all of that stuff every single day and not even a second opinion. And I think that's what I mean by you gotta do the work.
Let's see more of what Jazz talking about, y'all. Hold on. Let's see what Jazz talking about.
I'm gonna be as honest as I can, and I say before, I've come across some dudes who are just insane. Like there's some guys that have sent me emails or sent me messages saying stupid stuff, and I'm just like, what are you talking? Like
look, and this is what I mean. All you gotta do is pinpoint every single of our sisters' mentalities that think like this. All they keep doing is create narratives that nobody said. Why do y'all think marriage is the solution to all life's problems? Who said that? You get what I'm saying? It's not addressing a single point what men are making. But again, if a woman is married, her life is easier. Your life is less problematic. You have demands the man will give solutions to. We don't have a lot of times we just want a woman. We love y'all. A lot of y'all ain't making the man life less sufferable. or easier. You're not making it easier for him, but you have a man that's willing to be with you to make your life easier, and you still complaining about it. It's because you have to work for it. So again, I didn't say that, and y'all have mastered deflecting and derailing and speaking on things we didn't say just to take away from what we say to make yourself look good and us look bad. I didn't say that.
See, I'm telling you right now, if you was to open yourself up to somebody else, like what Ali just said, like what I've said before, things would be so much more easier. It's scary, but it's more scary being by yourself.
Yes, but the women complain about being broke. The women complain about struggling. The women complain about not having somebody in their life. The women complain about being alone till they don't. All that is a man. You complain about not having somebody take care of your kids. You complain about your kids not having somebody to play with. You complain about your kids having bad grades. Everything that ultimately the women complain about is not having the man in the life.
And when the man comes, you get all of that plus more. You get all of that plus more. You get all of that on the baseline plus more.
They know. She know.
I'm telling you.
She just don't want to inconvenience herself. That's all.
You gotta let go of that, T. You asking what you need to do.
No. Don't tell her. No. She gotta want to do it. Don't tell her that.
You're right.
Yeah, some of them are just cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. I ain't gonna lie to you. A lot of them,
I already know. We could do a DM for DM.
Girl,
it's always a man in my DM going off.
I will say that.
And one more thing, and fellas, we gonna counter they talking points. If being single is so peaceful, if being by yourself is so amazing, why are y'all blaming guys for not being in relationships with y'all?
Yes.
Why are y'all gaslighting men to want to marry you? Why are you telling men to practice D-discipline instead of having as much sex as possible? Y'all talk with forked tongues and you talk from both sides of your mouth. If you so happy single, stop trying to get men to get married to women and have families with y'all. We got to just keep remembering it. That's how much they manipulate, though. Like, they're phenomenal and at peace by themselves, but then they're trying to get you to chase after them to pay their bills and work for them to do nothing for you. And you know what they do? You know what they do, Tia? You know what they do? Ain't nobody asked you for that.
Oh my God.
I hear that.
Ain't nobody tell you to do that.
I hear that often.
Which means they want you to do everything for them and get you to expect for nothing. They do, selfish users.
On some other type of, like, they're weird. Like they say things like I don't know, like they're stuck on us. You think a woman is they only see a woman in one way. They don't see her you got to be this one way. And this is why I say too to the men, women aren't just one way. If we are these emotional creatures that y'all say we are, then I know that's my husband made the song. I have mood swings. I go back and forth. I'm a Gemini because they say Geminis are crazy. Well, they a little bit. You know what I'm saying? And I have a twin and she's, a little cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs too. But we're good people at the same time. We have a little bit of both. And I always, admit to that. Hey, I'm not, because I never would act like I'm perfect. That's why I try to tell people, listen, work on yourself. Try to be better. That's all we get one life to live. And you try to be, the best you can be. And especially when it comes to relationships, understand that your person is not perfect either. You got to give them some grace to work with. If you want grace, you should be willing to extend that. And a lot of times I see people are self-absorbed, selfish, unable to see themselves, which I was there before too. I didn't see my faults, and I'm calling out my husband's faults. And he let me know though. See, he showed me myself, and I think that's what a lot of people need to see. To be honest, you need to be shown yourself, not in a mean and nasty way, but sometimes we don't see ourselves. Sometimes we think we everything since sliced bread. We think we're the best, and a lot of times we're not. And so I had to learn that, and that's why I speak on it. And I just think, if you have a person who's loving towards you and love you, they're not going to just sit back and let you just go off the rails like that. They're going to reel you in a loving way and let you know.
And that's the thing, Tia, the women actually respond in ignorance and bashing, where the men are only saying it because they love and care about the woman. It's not control her. It's because we love and care about the woman.
See, I don't even know you, and I've been trying to help you this whole time because of what you say.
I appreciate you.
But you need to understand before you can, like, it's just like Ali said. I could talk all day about what you need to do, but you need to want to do it. That's the thing.
That's the scary thing.
That's
like,
why Ali stopped me right there, because I could talk all day. He's probably done it himself. If you don't want to do it, what I'm saying is going to go in through one ear and out the other.
It's letting my guard down and letting somebody in is scary.
It's not.
Why?
It's
Why
really
is that?
not.
Why is that scary?
It's really not scary.
It's scary for me.
No, but what do you mean by letting your guard down? Like, what's the process of it? What's the part of it that's scary?
Just letting somebody in, like getting close to somebody and giving somebody all of you, and it's all for nothing.
No. But before you get to what I gave you, what part of that? Before you get to the all for nothing part, like what is the part that scares you?
That's what I'm saying. Like
how can it be? Tell me how it could be all for nothing. Give me the play out of what scares you the most outside of just saying it's all for nothing. What do you think the worst? Like, give me scenarios, like the worst case scenarios.
Well, I guess it's not a worst case scenario.
What is he gonna get if he want to be with you?
I'm doing all the things a woman should do. Nah, I don't want to hear that.
I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that. No, I want to hear specifics. I don't want to hear that I'm gonna do all the things a woman should do. The subjective. We don't even know what does that mean. What are you gonna do for him?
Whatever he needs me to do for him.
Nah, that's that. No, that ain't, you ain't getting away with that either, Tia. That is the Tia. You know how many women say, I'm gonna do what my man asks, I'm gonna do what he needs, I'm gonna do what he values, and I need you to change. I ain't changed for no damn body. Like, that's a lie. I need you to listen. I ain't your mama. Like, I need you to cook. I ain't no maid. That's a lie.
But I will though. I don't
what is it? No,
you
just what is that? No. But what is it? What is it you are willing to do for a man?
I guess I don't have an answer. Outside of saying like I will do. I will submit. Like, I will change.
Tia,
like,
we keep saying, Tia, sell me the pen. Sell me this receipt. Why should I get this receipt? Tia, why should Tia think about that? Tia, what you saying? Like,
I'm gonna have to think about it.
Damn.
I'm gonna have to think about it.
All right. Woo. Okay, let's keep going. I'm gonna let you keep thinking on that.
Oh, hey, this is what it is, and I, show you, and then that way you can start to work on that, and then you become better for each other. Y'all both work on yourselves and be better for each other. That's what I had to experience being married such a long time, because I was not in this space then, and so I had to learn. And this is why I tell people, listen, focus on what's important to you, because what's important to everyone. It's not the same for everybody, know? Yeah.
And that's it. Yeah. Like that's the beauty of a relationship. Like, when you really find somebody that is intentional with you and wants the best for you, they're going to always hold you accountable in a loving way. But you also have to be ready to receive that accountability. You know, I hear a lot of women, some women cannot take criticism. They cannot take criticism. They cannot take someone holding them accountable, because it's hard for them to realize, oh shit, that was my fault. I did do something wrong. For some reason, that's a hard thing. And it's hard for a lot of men too. You know what I'm saying? I've had that issue before. I've seen other people have that issue, but once you start to realize where the place is coming from, like if my man comes to me and says that I'm falling short or something, or I could have said something better, or I could have done something better in a moment, I'm going to take that. I'm not going to get defensive. I may,
Jazz, what you known for doing? Jazz.
That's what she known for.
What you known for doing, Jazz? Talk about why you get so much flack from men. Come on, Jazz.
What?
Why you
Jazz said this
earlier? Why you get so much flack from men, Jazz? Jazz, you don't do that, Jazz. Come on, but when
Jazz
you
don't
cooking,
do that.
Hey, but when Jazz is cooking,
pout at first, but I'm going to reflect on that because I know his intentions for me are good.
Yeah.
And I'm going to say, you know what? That's true.
You're muted, Ali.
I can't believe this.
Jazz, are the intentions we have for you good?
I can't believe Jazz said
Are
that.
the intentions most of the men have for you good when we talking to you, Jazz? You're going to say you don't believe it is. But for the most part, that's what give me the intention. Give me the thing that the men are telling you to do that's not good for you or good. It's the women that go, girl, stay by yourself, girl.
Yes.
You don't need no man, girl. You should see all these comments you getting, Tia. What? Here it is. Look, one's Jazz. So what's the right answer then? No, that ain't the one. Jazz said something earlier. Let me see what Jazz said. Let me see. There's one. Jazz, I saw you. And Dina, just say you cook, clean, and be a sex slave. That's what they want to hear, Tia.
We said nothing like
Jazz,
that.
there's no right answer for this, Tia. It's a trick. It's
how
crazy.
How
don't
is
sell
this a
yourself
trick?
to a man that isn't checking for your love. Like, man.
What? That you see how that got nothing to do with opening yourself up? Like, see, this is what we're saying, yeah. Because everybody is gonna give a triggered answer.
That's crazy.
We trying to answer because there's levels to the answer that you asking in terms of what you should do. First of all, you have to make space, but before that, you have to allow yourself to be open to the perspective of somebody else. It sounds like you're so caught up in doing everything yourself that the very idea of somebody else coming in and saying, no, babe, we're not doing that. Try this way. Scares the fuck out of you. Excuse my language.
You're right.
Hey, Jazz, they say you carry the rebellious spirit of Whitney Houston.
You
have that self-realization
Ollie said,
and do better move.
What you about to say, man? What you about to say?
Like Ollie said, T, you have to want to do it. Because I could give you so much advice. We could have our own conversation ourselves. But if you aren't willing to do the work yourself, which is in your comfortable cycle that you've built, in your routine that you've built, you have to make space for somebody else. That's not your child. You see what I'm saying? A whole other person. You see that? You see? Look at you. Look. See the very idea. Ollie, you see this woman face? Yes. Do you see? You see? You ain't open to the idea of someone else.
It's so scary.
It's not. But you're not willing to take that chance yet. So that means you got more work to do.
I definitely do.
You know what the sad thing that a lot of women do that sets them up for a failure to you? You replace your child with what that man was supposed to be for you. And that's why you don't put no effort in finding a man, because that your child, as much as even if you work, think about it, you doing all the things in a way that you would do for a man. You taking care of your kids, you're investing in your kids, you working for them, you're responsible for them, but you're comfortable with it because that's your child. But they fill that void for you instead of having a man fill that void. And a lot of women do that. Instead of getting the man as somebody's supposed to be in your life, the kid fills that void. And so you get comfortable.
How am I supposed to go get a man?
Who?
How am I supposed to go? I'm just supposed to.
How you go get a job? How you go get a karate lesson? You made time for all that.
I gotta apply for it.
And you know what's fine about that? All that is who's the instructor in the karate lesson? Is it a woman or a man?
A guy.
That's crazy.
A guy. You're not gonna find a female karate instructor.
You'll go take instructions for martial arts.
It's both.
You'll spend time learning. You ain't look. You know what's crazy? You learning how to become a black belt probably, or some kind of belt.
Yeah.
But you're taking time with this male instructor to become a master in martial arts instead of spending time with a man to solidify a relationship.
See, if you was to just, That's
my me time.
Exactly.
Don't say nothing
That's
else.
exactly what we're saying.
Nope. That's her me time. Let us focus on me. Let it be.
Okay.
No, it's only 3 days a week. I make sure the house is clean. I cook dinner before I go to class. I make sure homework is done. Clothes is ironed.
Well, at least
that sounds like you got a man.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
See.
That sounds like you got a man.
a man.
Everything you sound no, but it sounds like you're doing that for him. It's like a man in the house. You cooking, you cleaning, you ironing clothes.
See, I'm telling you, if another guy, if you was to open, because like we established in the beginning, people are hollering at you, but you're not making time for them.
That's okay. Hey, guess what? You might not have to worry about it right now, Tia, but it's something you're gonna have to worry about when you get older, and you're gonna waste your youth, and it's gonna be more difficult to at least get a guy that you would want to be with as well, too. And you're gonna have to settle down for somebody that's still available.
I'll be 38. I'll be 38.
You 30 what?
38 in a week.
Damn, you like you in your 20s too. Y'all be wasting y'all.
I would have
youth,
never.
boy.
Ollie, I swear to God, she couldn't have convinced me. She 38.
Tia, how much more time you think you
never.
got, Tia?
I don't know.
Oh, shit.
If I'm gonna be alone, I'm gonna be alone.
See, that's the comfortability we're talking about right there. That's it right there. You've already you already convinced yourself that it's better that you're better off by yourself, which is
I'm gonna tell you this: whether they're intentional or not, when the women are saying you don't need a man, or focus on getting a man, they don't care about you. And I know whether it's intentional or not intentional, that's what it means, because a mother and father wants their kids to have somebody in their life when they're not here anymore. When you're raising up your children, you want a woman to be there for your son, and you want a man to be there for your daughter when she gets older. You don't want them to be by themselves. The greatest fear that an actual mother and father that cares about their kids is to make sure that there's someone there with them.
That is true.
So that's it's denial. When the women are doing it, it means that they're projecting, and they want you to go through what they go through as well too. And like I said, some are intentional, some are not. But the greatest fear for a sound mother and father is to leave their kids on earth
by themselves,
alone, by themselves.
Yes.
I feel
Yes.
it. I totally agree. I don't want neither one of my kids to be left by themselves.
But T, you can't not want that for your kids and want that for yourself.
I wasn't brought up with either parent, so I wouldn't know what that feels like.
No, that's not what he meant. You're showing your kids that that's not what you believe in.
That's what I'm saying to you. You want your kids to want somebody, but you don't want someone?
I didn't say I didn't want anybody.
Look, somebody
to allow somebody in.
And I don't know if you like white meat, but my brother said my white brother said, if you need a man, Tia, I'm available.
See, people shooting at you.
I appreciate that, but I love my black men.
Okay, so we got down.
He ready to take care of you. You ain't trying to come out.
I said what I said.
Okay, no, I'll leave that. The thing is,
and my brother Johnny, she don't know a good thing when it's in front of her, brother. Don't worry about it.
Ain't there's nothing against Johnny. I'm just saying, like, I love.
No, I said you don't know a good thing when you. Well, why you ain't got one then if you love him so much?
I'm busy.
You see your face? You see that?
I'm busy.
You see your face again?
I'm busy.
No, you're not.
Vice versa. If there's something
you're not.
he's falling short on, or I feel that he isn't doing his best at, I can come to him and lovingly speak to him in a way where he understands it, and we have a communication where we're listening to understand each other and not just trying to talk at each other to be right. And I think once people understand that dynamic holds a lot of power in relationships, you will find that you'll be a lot more successful. But it starts with you. It starts with you. Yeah. If you have good intentions for that person, you're good. And also, if you are mature enough to accept, a loving critique from your person, you're good as well.
I can't believe this video,
100%. And that takes time too, though, because like I said, it takes time because we're not perfect, and we could be stubborn. It could be anybody could be stubborn, man or the woman. So that goes both ways. So yeah, it just takes because you said it, and I've been through it. It's like, no, I wasn't always, you're telling me something about me. I'm like, wait a minute, what? No. So that's why I could relate to just women in general, and I get it because I've been there. And and even though sometimes I think maybe I come across a little harsh sometimes, but no, it's because I've been in that space and I'm saying, hey, you can get what you want. You can have better. Sometimes you just gotta take a step back and listen to what somebody is saying and take heed to it and just try to change a little bit, try to work on it. I think that's all you can ask a person to do. You can't Because we all got to work on some stuff. But if you're stubborn and you don't want to do anything and you just stuck in your ways and you like, hell to hell, what you saying, I'm gonna do what I want to do, and it don't matter, then you kind of put yourself in a little position to where it's going to be difficult to deal with anybody, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So that's, you know. And while people say relationships are hard, I don't think they have to be as hard. You know, you have to be willing to accept things about yourself, work on it, and that the other person, both people have to be willing. Y'all have to be able to compromise, you know, and meet each other halfway.
I agree. I agree. I 100% agree. It's all about compromise. But I also hear a lot of people in this space believe that if they're a man, they don't have to compromise with a woman.
No, I don't do that.
Yeah, they don't have to compromise.
Jazz who? Jazz who? Hey, Jazz.
I wish you were still up here.
Jazz, who you talking about that says you don't make compromises for the woman? If you get rid of
That's
your
a lie.
hoes, if you stop going out with your homeboys, you stop doing the things you was doing for yourself, and you start catering to a woman, who tell you that, Jazz? Who's telling? And Jazz, you know, you're looking out to the space somewhere, talking to somebody, some astronaut or some alien or something. Who was saying they're not making compromises for their woman, Jazz? Who? Hey, Jazz,
I can't believe that.
name drop. Jazz, name drop. Who say they're not making compromises?
I can't believe Jazz said that. I can't believe that.
Yes, you can. That's Jazz.
You're right. You're right.
Hey, Jazz, who said that men shouldn't make or aren't making compromises for women, Jazz? When do pretty women equate options to time?
Who they referring to?
What's going on, my brother Algorithm?
What's up, money? You good?
Yeah. How everything going, man? I like what you created, man. That's pretty dope.
Thanks, man.
You be coming up with something. You know any men that say they ain't gonna make compromises or don't know they're not about to make compromises for a woman?
I believe
you can fly.
Men always make compromise. I believe men always make compromise, but the one compromise that a man should not make, and women these days are asking them to do it, to be in a relationship with them, is the compromise of being a helpmate. I literally hear women saying they man got to do this, that, and a third if they want to be with them. She's literally saying she wants a helpmate, not a husband. That's exactly what literally is happening. She's not asking for a husband, she's asking for a helpmate. She's asking for her needs to be met, not his needs to be met.
Right.
And that's the biggest issue these days. And some men do it for scarcity, but I think it's a wrong way to operate. Men need to learn how to start letting go. The sooner, the better. And the reason why it's hard for women to find men these days is because we walk past you. If I see shit on the floor, I'm gonna walk around it. I'm not gonna put myself in any shit. And it's just the facts. So you're never gonna find that man you're looking for because we bypassing you. Because we see the shit you own.
But how do you Algorithm, you think a man is gonna stop leaving women alone? You think that's possible?
No.
It's not about leaving them alone. It's about understanding that there's an abundance of them. It's about leaving the ones alone that don't understand the go ahead, what you saying?
No, they think they still got a chance with you, or they have access to you when you just smashing too. You know, like a lot of these men ain't with these women. And the one that's with them, I'd say maybe they make compromises as well too. But if the man leaves, you still gonna deal with a woman. You never gonna stop dealing with a woman. So even if you leave,
you still.
And what they do is they take you dealing with them as validation, as if you're enabling them to do what they're doing. But how can you tell men to leave? It's like a man going, you only on earth but so long. Men ultimately start compromising because they want to be with a woman. They want to be with a woman more than a woman wants to be with a man. How can men outcompete that?
You don't when you say outcompete, you mean like
if I want you more than you want me by nature, what can men do to rectify what's going on today, Algorithm? Because we want women way more than us.
The only thing a man can do is when you notice the women that don't understand that, you have to curve them. Once you realize that they not on it, you have to curve them and deal with women that aren't like that.
No, but they
You
get
have to
okay.
find the
So
ones that are
algorithm. Let
narrow.
me give an example of what happens. Right. Let's say me and you, when we were younger, I'm 20, you 20. My lady wouldn't listen to me. When I discarded her, you started smashing. Your woman wouldn't listen to you. As soon as she stopped listening to me, I started smashing. It's like we just keep trading them, and they keep restarting and repackaging who they are as a person. So you start getting to know a woman that another man got rid of. But because the society's all jacked up in how these women can do whatever they want in their market, and they never truly shamed, we just keep exchanging women until a woman either settles down or a man settles down. And it's typically on her terms. But what I'm saying is, how do we right the wrongs? If the women truly never have any consequences or ramifications for their action, they can always just go get another man.
We've been doing it for a long time. It's been an ugly process, but the process has been women have been aging out and now finding the guy who they would have never gave a chance to in their 20s a chance to deal with them now. And that guy felt like he found something.
No,
and
algorithm.
for men, I'm telling you, that's how we deal with it.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm trying to get to the root. What I'm saying is this: my woman wouldn't cooperate with me. I'm 20 years old, right? And then when she meets you, she's gonna show you the person that I met, not the person that I was dealing with. She's gonna give you her representative. You're never gonna stop giving women a chance, algorithm that you don't know, especially if you're attracted to her, until you get to know her, and then you ain't gonna let her compromise you, get rid of her. But the cycle of men continuously meeting women because they don't lead with their red flags. They don't have a badge or Carfax where you can see what they did with their last guy. So we just keep switching women because they keep getting to start over with another guy. So you probably did the right thing in getting rid of her. I did the right thing in discarding her, but then she gets to start over with somebody else. She doesn't. It ain't like men are purposely and intentionally doing it, but women are weaponizing against themselves. They go, "Hey, Fred don't know me. Jason don't know me. Michael don't know me," and they just do it nonstop till they get old. And maybe they settle down, but a lot of women still won't. Where we say, "Hey, man, don't compromise your values. Don't deal with these thoughts. Let them go if they don't listen to you." But we allow a thought into our life that another man just discarded because we don't know her. You get what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, I get what you're saying now.
How do you stop that? How do you stop the? It's impossible to stop the cycle.
And you can't stop the cycle, Ali. And it's the truth. You can't stop the cycle. It's like genes. The good genes will survive and the bad ones won't. It's just what it is. It's just how it is. Not everyone's going to survive. Now, this is what I always try to tell people. I say I could put it in your ear, but I can't keep it in your mind. People take longer to process things. It takes longer for them to get the information to them. And what I mean about that is, think about it like a metabolism. Their mental metabolism is probably too slow. You know, when others are much faster, their mental metabolism is much faster. And I can go ahead and receive this information and understand it for what it is. Some people take time to actually be like, damn, I messed up. And it's unfortunate that some women have to end up in their 40s to realize what they should have done in their 20s because their mental metabolism was too slow. But instead of passing off good information to the youth, they just come up, they actually hurt the youth in retrospect. So it's just one of those things where it's nothing you can do about it. You can only put the information out, hope to receive it.
Right.
So, like I always say, you still put the message out there. You can put it in your ear, but you can't keep it in their mind. It's up to them to retain that information.
Right. But it's they're weaponizing our manhood against us. That's all. And they're weaponizing our manhood against us, and they're weaponizing their womanhood against us as well too. It's like they're reaping all the benefits of being a woman and the man, but they don't want none of the cons. And we keep everybody suffering because of it. So they know how much you care, how much you're willing to support her, how much willing you trying to go the extra mile for her. But then she'll call you weak once you get to a point where you were trying to be understanding and graceful, and she ended up playing herself and you. But she'll change the narrative and go, "Oh, he was weak. I ain't love him. I ain't respect him." First, you just being a strong man. Oh, somebody hit the. Oh, I got it.
Yeah. I get what you're trying to say. It's frustrating because as men, we're problem solvers, and we always try to solve problems. That's why we into video games, because it give us a problem to solve and things of that nature. So we're problem solving people. We want to go ahead and solve it. But this problem that you're trying to solve, it keeps changing. It started off with 2+2. You figure that out. Then those emotions change. Now you into division. Now you into multiplication, and the problem just keeps on changing. And you keep chasing this emotion. You just damning yourself. Like I always tell women, and this is going to sound very harsh, but I always tell women, I don't care about your feelings. I care about you, but I don't care about your feelings because your feelings is going to change. It's going to be fleeting. It's going to come and go. I cannot be productive chasing your feelings, chasing how you feel. There's no productivity in that. So it's just one of those things that you have to establish in the beginning. You cannot just wait halfway within the relationship and don't establish any type of grounding on who you are. She has to understand that she can lose you.
Right.
Watch this, Ali. Watch this, Ali. You notice when you're in a relationship, when you're in a relationship with a woman, she watches how she speaks to her best friend. She watches how she speaks to her employee. She watches how she speaks to her mother, because there are repercussions on how you actually speak to them. You may lose your friend. You may lose your job. Your mom may look at you differently. So you don't want to put yourself in that trick bag. But with her man, she don't care. She doesn't care how she speaks to him because she feels like he's not going nowhere. Those other three entities that I spoke of could disappear out of her life. So she's going to watch and safeguard how she speaks to those individuals because she understands that it's a possibility of loss versus you. She feel like you ain't going nowhere. You done told her you ain't going nowhere. You done told her that's your forever. She needs to understand that depending on how you act, depending on what you state, depending on how you read the room, it's a possibility you may not be here tomorrow. And that's going to put her on her toes. That's going to ensure that she understands the severity of the relationship she's trying to actually enter.
Algorithm, it don't, family. The younger women dealing with the older men can't get their things together. Then the younger women become older women who resent men and look down on men and tell the younger women not to deal with men. And then the men still dealing with the older women that they was dealing with. And now the younger women just going to do the same thing the older women was doing. The cycle just keeps repeating itself. It's not.
It does.
She don't see. It's not no consequence unless she starts having to be dependent on you, and she truly values you and puts you above her feelings. There's nothing we can do about it, my brother. Like most of it, she just go to somebody else. She's go start sleeping with somebody else. She start hanging out with her friends. She start prioritizing her children. She start prioritizing her cat and dogs. And they fill in the void that a man is supposed to be doing. That's why, you know what? If they weren't giving women cats and dogs, if they weren't having kids, they'll be more susceptible, would want to go back to dealing with men. If they didn't entertain each other or have these Valentine's Day or come together the way they do to have these big old groups of women that endorse each other, maybe they wouldn't want to deal with men, but they filling the voids of what a man is supposed to be in by getting together, focusing on their kids and that cat and dog.
That's definitely a true statement. And they also sharing their pain. They're spilling it out. It's like the dude who say, it's actually like the dude who goes out and say, I ain't scared of you. You think because you got muscles, I'm scared of you? They're literally projecting their fears, but they're saying it this way to give them some type of confidence and motivation and make them feel secure. But in reality, they're projecting their pain. Any woman come out and say man ain't shit, she's really talking about herself. To be honest with you.
Facts, because she got to make shit. That's facts. She got to talk about him to make herself feel better about feeling good about him. So she got to reduce his value in her mind to increase her value. That's facts.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
That's 100%.
And if she say, I don't need no man, she need a man.
She need a man. She definitely need a man. I've ran into women that have stated, I don't need no man money. I don't need no man taking care of my kid. If you was to get in a relationship with them, they'll then turn around and say, oh, you act like you couldn't do nothing for my child's birthday. You act like you couldn't help me out with this, that, and the third. I thought you didn't need none of this. I'm gonna show you that you need it. And the thing is men don't show them that they need it. They shelter them from that until they shelter them from all the stuff that they need. Oh, don't worry about nothing. Don't do nothing. They reward bad behavior. She sits there and she's disrespectful, and they still give her everything you would give someone who was respectful. You don't do it for your kids, so why you doing it for her? You don't do it for nobody else in your lifetime, in your life, but you do it for her.
Right.
One thing I've always said, peasants always dream of being queens. Peasants always dream of being queens, but they don't know what a queen goes through. They want to be queens and not wives. These are peasants. These are peasants out here trying to be queens. That's exactly what they are. Because the real valuable people understand that it's not hard to get a man. It's not difficult to get a man. It just takes cooperation. It takes compliance. It takes submission. I give you a great example of that. That it takes submission. It takes compliance. A great example. The football. What's the name of that? Not Any Given Sunday. The football movie with Denzel Washington. The one with Denzel Washington.
Remember the Titans.
Remember the Titans. See, those football players didn't know they needed discipline. They didn't see the value in Denzel when he first came aboard. It wasn't until they seen it in practice that they realized, oh snap, I did need submission. I did need to submit. I did need to follow his lead, because it showed, it showed as they gotten better. It showed when they started winning championships.
Algorithm. When I was growing up, even when I met women with kids, I go, man, how the hell is she having 2, 3, 4 kids and doing it by herself? Like, I'd be like that's got to be so much pride when I come in your life and men come in her life, she starts complaining about it. She's a maid and a slave. But for these kids, for your friends, like you said, for the dogs and everybody, you ain't complaining about nothing. You can have all these kids. You can have a dog you got to walk every day. You got a cat too. Change his manure. Take him for a walk every single day. Feed him. Feed the kids. Go to work. And when you go out in public, girl, I'm good. I don't need nothing, girl. I can handle it all by myself. Soon as you get a man, oh my God, like I feel like I'm a slave. It's labor. I can't do this anymore. I'm overwhelmed. I'm overstimulated. I'm exhausted. Tia, what be going on? Like, I never could understand, like, yo, how can they do all this without no man? But as soon as they get a man, they complain about it just to go back to be single again and say they tired with the man. Now they're tired with the man. Now they exhausted with the man. Now they overwhelmed when they were doing everything by themselves. Now they got help. Now they truly tell us what they always thought.
You only got with the man to do less. And when that didn't pan out, now it's time to complain. It's like if you got you a car and you needed to take you to point A to point B, but it keeps breaking down on you. You're going to start complaining. So I got the man so I can do less. Not I got the man to be his helpmate. Because when you get the man, you're supposed to do more. You do more for your job. You prepare for everything else. If that woman wanted to become a doctor, she would prepare for it. She would literally go to school. She would do all the necessities it takes to pass that test to become a doctor. Right. She would do every single thing. And this is why I say a lot of these women aren't in relationship shape. They're not conditioned for it. They don't understand what they're asking for. They see all the highs and they try to not focus on the lows. Relationship, it's a combination of things. It's not just all the good moments. It's a mix of moments. But they don't have the conditioning to actually be in relationships these days. And I wish they've gotten better at that, but they're not conditioned for relationships. They're not in relationship shapes. Like Ali, I'm pretty sure if you was getting ready for a fight, you were trained, right? You were trained for it. We know what most women do. They just want to jump in a relationship and just see how the pieces fall. They don't want to character build.
This is the part that misses me, right? You told the whole world you a great fighter, and then you get in a relationship with a man and you start complaining about fighting.
Exactly.
That don't make sense to me. I'm the best fighter. I can fight the whole world. Then you get into a relationship and start complaining about the fact that you have to fight a little bit. You ain't all my life I've been fighting. You ain't got to fight as much as you was fighting. If you were such an amazing woman, What makes it harder for you to have a man in your life unless you've been lying about being this mother you were, lying about what kind of woman you were, lying about what you actually were feeling. And once you get this guy, your vulnerability, instead of expressing like, oh man, like I always needed a person like this, I can't give him back in return what he gives me. So instead, I'm gonna say he making me out to be a slave so I can be by myself.
Yeah, it's gang goofy, and I know a lot of men out here accept it, but I'm one that would not accept it. It's just one of those. I'm just not gonna happen. I'll let the other people go ahead and deal with it. I'm gonna just go ahead and play with them and send them off. Once I realize what you own and you trying to use me, I'm gonna get what I've gotten out of the relationship and I'm gonna disappear and deal with someone else because I see you not own what I'm on.
Well,
Period.
man, I gotta go get some food, and I gotta go. I may come back later on. I don't know yet, but y'all got any final words, man? Tia, my brother Algorithm.
Nope.
You ain't gonna say I'm about to give me a man?
I have to stretch before I go to Aikido.
Dang.
Oh my God.
Dang.
She in shape for Aikido.
baby.
She in
That's
shape for
crazy.
Aikido, but she ain't in relationship shape right now.
Well, I may come back later, man. I just gotta go take care of some things, and I gotta get me some food as well too, and take care of some family things as well too. But I'll see y'all on the next one. Much love to my sister Tia. Much love to my brother Algorithm. Much love to everybody that supported, everybody donated, all the people rocking with us, the Untouchables, the Untouchable chat, all the people who disagreed too. Some of y'all, hey sisters, I don't know how you can keep expecting and pretending that you don't need a man while complaining about what men are doing, while expecting men to be supportive, while expecting men to be good men, and expecting men to be righteous men, and expecting men to chase you, while y'all turn right back around and say you don't need a man. You want a man to need you for not needing you. You want a man to be traditional to not be traditional. You want a man to cater to you for you not have to do nothing for him at all. You want a man to sacrifice, to be the actual sacrifice, to do all he can for you, just to be the woman who turns right around and complains and tells everybody she's exhausted and overstimulated for having to do back for the man. It's crazy. Hey, much love to you, my brother Johnny, man. Thank you so much for subscribing, man. Everybody is welcome here, man. This is everybody's home if you want to make it be a home. A lot of people find problems with good spaces as well, too. So, hey, you can come out and rock with us as much as possible, man. You can pull up as well, too. Smell the roses, I see you. How you doing? My brother King, I see you, my brother. Peace, Ali. All love, fam, always. The Five Phoenix. Make sure you don't be talking crazy sometimes in the chat, man. And I think most of the time you be rocking out unless you was joking, but sometimes some things can come off disrespectful, my brother. A woman, period, is our company. They don't need to be black. I don't know what that means. Mrs. BB is the ultimate. Much love to you. Hope you're taking care of your man. I think that's a sister. I think that's your man in the picture. I hope you being a good woman to your man. He being good to you as well, too. You know, we want healthy relationships. But I'll see y'all on the next one. My brother, what's going on, the real Leonard Washington? Let me see. It's the truth. No. I'm not talking about what you was talking about. I'm talking about when you called a brother a caveman. That's what I'm talking about, man. Like if he would say something almost similar to what we can say, or he can say to be disrespectful to us, or can be deemed disrespectful, I should want to get him out of here. But he's being respectful. That's all I'm saying, man. Let's be respectful to each other, and be mindful of the words that we're using. My brother, I know you changed your name, but I don't know how to pronounce that name. But I much love to you. I always support you coming through. My sister Wanda, you know, I always appreciate you. My brother Famous, Nobody's. Damn, I missed it. Just got off work. I would have kept going. I just gotta go handle something. I may come back later on. Let me see. We rocked out for 4 hours. I was gonna go about 6 hours. And like I said, it depends on what I got to do later on, man. But I want to make sure I rock out with y'all for a little bit. My brother Anthony Tate, hey, much love pulling up. Is that AJ? Was that AJ? No. That's Locks. That's who that is. That's Locks right there. Locks be disagreeing with us in the chat, but he don't be disagreeing with us on the panel. You got to get that together, my brother. And again, for all the people who watching that don't subscribe, for all the people that's watching that they be hating, for all the people that be watching and don't want to hit the link, man, God bless you. I hope y'all doing better. I hope you get it together. And then for the people who be talking reckless and talking crazy as well too, just be mindful of reality. And those words that you use can come back to haunt you as well too. So be mindful of what you say in public or in private and how you conduct yourself. You know, some of y'all don't realize how some of the things that y'all say gonna come back to really haunt you and put you in a certain position. But last panel, I didn't have much disagreements. But you ain't even disagreed with us. All right. Is anybody going live? I'll redirect everybody to y'all. Anybody going live that has their redirect on? Let me see if anybody is live. Let's see if anybody going live. Fatty was supposed to go live, but he didn't go live. I don't know who that is. No, I don't see. Oh, Mr. Fantastic. We're gonna go to Mr. Fantastic. All right. We're gonna go to my brother, Mr. Fantastic. All right. When I hit the end button, that's where we'll be going. All right. I only think, oh shoot, I'm gonna have to review this on my timeline. So we're gonna go to Mr. Fantastic. All right. I'll see y'all on the next one. Let me see. All right. What? Hold on. I think I hit the wrong button. Hey, make sure y'all say I sent y'all to. Make sure y'all let Fantastic know that I at least sent y'all. Okay. I'll see y'all on the next one. I may come back tonight and do a late live. I may do that. I may do a late live. Depending on if Nino go live, I may not come back. No, it's actually not a fact. We're 99.9% related to each other. The fact would be that the white man came out the black man. That's a narrative that we say sometimes to be condescending towards the white man because the white man's history with us. We don't want to turn right back around and do to the white man what the white man did to the black man, especially when it's the minority, the white man that was doing that to us, and they brainwash their people to condemn us and look at us a certain type of way. Black and race and ethnicity is actually a social construct, but majority of us come from people who look black. It's a DNA cluster, and the greatest variations of the man and woman come from the area known as Africa. But most people started out that look black. Now we the same. Hey, King, as much as we keep trying to say that, brother, my brother, they come from us. They just have a different variation, and their genes responded to the location they're in. So we all started out a certain type of way. People migrated away from Africa, and their skin, their hair, their DNA adjusted. Well, not the DNA, their hair and skin and biology responded to their environment. Just go and take your time to research that as well too. It's the reason we can have kids with each other. If we weren't the same, we couldn't make babies. Just think about that when we push that narrative. If we're not the same, we can't have kids together. We couldn't make babies. All right. So we are ultimately the same with a different variation in our gene where, obviously we have more dominant genes. They have recessive genes, but white people derived or deviated from that location, but they come from us. They just have a lesser variation of the indigenous man. The mitochondrial DNA that comes from the mitochondrial DNA and the patriarchal DNA comes from the ancestor that we all come from. I gotta study, man. Let's not do to them what they did to us. Okay, they was calling us monkeys. Now we turn them back, calling them cavemen, but they come from us. And if they're actually, if you want to be truthful, it's not to be a disrespect or condescending, but it's a mutation. All right, take the time to study it. All right, we can't do the same thing, man. We are similar, but not the same. They are mankind They're a mankind, a kind of man. We are the man, original man. They've been here. They come from us, fam. They derive from the original man as well too. So it's in them as well too. It's just that they're man. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do a live on DNA, and I'm gonna do a live on where we come from or supposedly come from, because obviously we can't prove everything, right? But most of what we're talking about is a social construct. Race and ethnicity is a social construct. We are 99.9% related to each other and carry the same DNA. Matter of fact, to make you even think, the ape and the chimpanzee have 98, we share 98.8% of their DNA. So we're classified as apes as well too. I don't know if y'all know that. Even though we call it a human, we still classified as an ape as well too. But that's a whole nother story. All I'm saying is that we're more alike than we are different. And we're just a human. We're a different variation of a human. They're just the youngest version of a human, but they come from us. All right, if we being factual, you know. But I love y'all. I'll see y'all on the next one. We go on to Mr. Fantastic. All right. Much love from Ali, man. I don't know how I lost my voice on this show. I got to figure that one out. I was about to leave. Don't forget to tell Fantastic I sent y'all there. And if you say I'm wrong, prove I'm wrong. Comment on this and prove to me that we are not 99.9% related to each other, and that the white man and the black man are different variation of the same human. Prove that to me. All right. Or I'll do a DNA. I may add that to the next show to speak about it. It's just the fact that a lot of people sometimes, I don't know what they be doing with these conversations. Hey, Leslie K, go Google and chat GBT if we're an ape. They're gonna say we are ape. All right. I love y'all. Hey, I'm pro-black though. So don't get that confused. I love my people, but I love humanity as well too. And I love any people that want to be about the people. But if you ignorant, I'll call you ignorant. But a white man, black man, Arab man, all people I rock out with, but I have to rock out with my people the most because I have to identify how we treat it in this world. And most of the time, most people rock out with each other and rock out on race. So I have to identify what's going on with people that look like me while simultaneously trying to unite with the people that don't look like me, because we all been brainwashed to go against each other. But that's a whole nother conversation too. I got proof of what I'm saying. I'll come up with not this show, but I got you. And I love you, brother. Tell Fantastic I sent y'all. All right. I'm going for real this time.
Hey girl, you watch Ali and the Untouchables? Nah, girl, they talk too much.
Man, this about man, they talk too much. They talk too much. Too much for real. They talk too much, Habibi.
They talk too much.
Y'all talk too much.